now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games
10,
with this president.
It's
a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
It's
a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 20 years away.
As of now, I
15
do
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
HL.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I
15
do
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
HL.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I
15
do
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
HL.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I
15
do
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
HL.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I
15
do
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
HL.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
it's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good
We're
morning.
back. Good morning. We are live. Today is Wednesday, July 29th, 2026. And
So-
we're back.
We are starting with the guests this time.
This is true. We're starting the guest this time.
Always keep them on their toes.
Mhm.
A very special guest, Joshua Monrad of Sentinel Bio, who's working on biodefense, biosecurity, one of the most important topics that we've been rotating in the last few weeks. Welcome, Joshua.
Good morning, guys. Really big fan of the show. Glad to be here.
Glad to hear.
So
So,
Sentinel Bio, you guys are working on a few like three different pillars, right? So understanding the drivers and the mitigants of pandemics, strengthening safeguards on the actual biotechnologies, and pandemic preparedness. So tell us a little bit about the mission of Sentinel Bio and what you work on here.
Yeah, thanks, Sophia. So the top line idea is making pandemics history within our lifetimes, and that'll take all three of those pillars. In the last couple of years, since I co-founded the organization with Claire Qureshi, we have really narrowed in on the specific problem of safeguarding biotechnology. And that's what I'm most excited to be here talking about. And we've really taken on like making ourselves humanity's directly responsible individuals for making sure that things like AI biomodels, printers that can print synthetic DNA, other really cool biotechnologies are safe and secure to use.
Awesome. So you wrote something for IFP in June about securing the DNA supply chain and how it is like the DNA synthesis part that is sort of the riskiest. So can you walk us through why this is and how we actually secure the supply chain?
Yeah, I love the episode you did with Olivia and
Mhm.
Josh Wenzel,
Mhm.
talking about some other stuff that come out of IFP. I think there's a lot of energy around biosecurity now, so I think pretty great time to be talking about it. Before I get into that, I'll just obligatory caveat. So I work with Sentinel Bio. I'm also an advisor with the OpenAI Foundation. Everything I say here is my own personal hot takes. Doesn't represent either of those organizations. So with that out of the way, let's get into it. Basically the idea around securing the DNA supply chain is really quick primer. Synthetic DNA are basically the building blocks of modern genetic engineering, biotechnology. Allows you to do a lot of things that previously would have been very difficult or cumbersome, because you can essentially print pieces of a genome, very short or long fragments, and assemble them together instead of going out to in nature to fetch a virus, for example. This is really exciting. I love to talk about how exciting a technology this is. But the reason we talk about securing it is that it also seems like a unusually good choke point for preventing AI-enabled biotechnology misuse. And there's a couple of different reasons why that is. It's something that it's a physical product that has a pretty complicated production process. It's not something that is shared as easy as the weights of an open source model, for example, or any model for that matter. It's something where there's a really high signal to noise ratio. The genetic sequence for Ebola looks different for the genetic sequence for something benign. So unlike a lot of the other things we use for biotechnology, like a pipette, if you're pipetting a virus or the materials to create a virus, you can't tell the difference between that or if you're doing something benign. But you can with a synthetic DNA sequence. We can actually figure out basically, does someone have bad intent or do they not have bad intent?
Yeah. So on that, many people have proposed mandatory screening for DNA and RNA synthesis, where people would be prevented from ordering a dangerous sequence of DNA or RNA that they could use to make a pathogen. There was this open letter back in June that got a whole bunch of signatures, including the 3 major lab CEOs and all kinds of people. Are there any legitimate reasons to want to get a DNA or RNA sequence for a virus?
Yeah. First of all, I was excited about the letter. I signed the letter. I was glad to see it. I think it's good with a splashy letter. There's a lot more work that needs to be done, but that was good. There are lots of really legitimate reasons to want to use this technology. I think one of my favorite examples of gene synthesis or DNA synthesis in general is a pretty recent story of a guy, Dutch entrepreneur, Sid Brandy, who you should definitely look this up. The story of him sort of going, in his words, founder mode on his own cancer, building a whole team around trying to treat his own cancer. And one of the many levers they pulled were they actually developed a personalized cancer vaccine to prevent recurrence. And to do that, they needed a really complex DNA template. And they had that synthesized by a specialized lab in Berkeley, really awesome team that, in addition to having a really cool DNA printing technology, also really care about biosecurity. And that would not have been possible, at least not on the timelines that they did it, without having really just accessible, powerful DNA printing, DNA synthesis technology. So that's one example. Theo, you asked about accessing a virus. I think, maybe super quick. Another example is we all use these rapid tests during COVID. They were developed within days or weeks of the genome being available online. It took a bit longer to actually get them out to people, but that was just incompetence on the part of other people. But actually developing the test was very quick. And one of the reasons was that if you're a diagnostic R&D group in, let's say in Texas, you didn't have to travel to Wuhan to get a sample of SARS-CoV-2. That you would need to develop a diagnostic test. You could just order a short fragment called a primer or a probe from your local, oligonucleotide or gene synthesis provider, and you get that shipped within a few days. And that would be an example of you're ordering not just DNA, you're ordering, a viral fragment or a fragment of a virus genome. So yeah, there are 2 really salient examples of why just completely locking down this technology or regulating it into oblivion, it's a supremely bad idea.
Yeah, totally. From like a supply chain perspective, how are people acquiring like synthetic DNA? And is there anything we need to do more on this supply chain side to sort of secure, or maybe have people be required to have permits to use certain technologies? And is any part of this like imported? Are there any parts that we like domestically don't have and maybe another country has?
Yeah, I like that framing of securing a supply chain. It's also the framing we took for the IFP piece. And one of the reasons is it makes sailing that it's a relatively concentrated supply chain. So it depends a little bit on the type of DNA product. But if you're talking about complex DNA, the kind of DNA template that was used for this personalized vaccine, there's we commissioned a study to like identify all of them. There's about 200 companies in the world as of last year that sell double-stranded complex gene length DNA. If you're talking about shorter fragments that are, they're not quite a commodity, but it's a little bit easier to print, there is, let's say, somewhere between 200 and 1,000 of those, so there's a bit more. But it's a countable number. It is, enough that we have other regulatory regime. If you talk about how many banks are covered by the global financial sort of infrastructure, is like in the same ballpark, right? So I think it is a manageable supply chain compared to if you talk about regulating, pirating software, where the number of people who could be seeding a torrent is just kind of ungovernable.
Right. Well, on the software point, is there anything that we do need to do with software to also secure the software?
So when you say the software, is that you're thinking about AI models?
Yeah, maybe like biological foundation models or whatever it might be.
Yeah, there's a lot. And there are sort of two pillars of what Sentinel, my organization, is currently focusing on. One is securing physical materials like DNA, and the other is exactly as you just said, the models themselves or the data that you train the models on. And there's just a lot of really important work things to happen there. I think one framing that I don't like about securing DNA, which it did come up a little bit in the wake of that letter, is that it sort of becomes an excuse to just put our head in the sand when it comes to the risks at the model level and pretend like this fully solves the problem. I do think there is some ways in which securing physical materials is more tractable, is more elegant than trying to secure something in the digital realm. But come on, it doesn't mean we can just declare a problem solved. So there's a lot we need to do at the model level.
Right.
I can say a little bit about like what kinds of things, but overall, like, yes, we need to do stuff there too.
Yeah.
When it makes sense, when it's like actually the cost benefit is good.
So there's a lot of talk about how AI capabilities improving in bio will empower attackers versus defenders, and also in cyber and in other areas. So like some people say like in cyber, everyone having access to very powerful open models will actually privilege defenders. And then others say, in bio, this isn't the case. It privileges attackers. So do you think that definitely increased like open weight bio model capabilities will privilege attackers, or is it less clear?
I think it will exacerbate the current dynamics where defenders and attackers have different advantages, and they're pretty disanalogous to cyber. So in bio, the main advantage we have as defenders is that in some sense there are many more of us. There are a lot of good people who care about stopping pandemics. In general, there's not a lot of bioterrorists, or at least historically there haven't been a lot of competent bioterrorists. There's not like a huge financial incentive. People sometimes say there are no strategic incentives. I think if you think about this for more than 5 minutes, it's just that kind of falls apart. But it's not like there is an army of people right now trying to leverage bio to cause great harm. And so I think that part of the equation doesn't really change with AI. I do think you will get more people who have the capability to do dangerous things, but I think that's an uplift on both sides. I think where it also strengthens the existing dynamic with bio is just when you think about offense, defense, bias, okay, we've thought about the numbers, but there's also just the potency of what you're able to do. And there, I just cannot emphasize enough how, for the foreseeable future, bio is extremely offense dominant. And again, I just think if you think about this for a few minutes, it becomes pretty clear. If you have something that's exponentially spreading, self-replicating, it is, once past a certain point, extremely difficult to contain. It is so much easier for a virus to spread than it is to, say, distribute a countermeasure to like prophylactically or in a curative way treat it. And so there, I think we are at a big disadvantage as defenders, but like AI will only make this worse.
Yeah. I mean, we've spoken a lot about the like preventative side of actually synthesizing like a biohazard, bioweapon. What about the epidemiology of it? We haven't really spoken too much about people who are like studying epidemiology and how we maybe could have like strengthened, like cooperation worldwide after something like COVID. So how are you guys thinking about this at Sentinel?
So that is sort of my background. I did my master's in public health. That's how I came into this world. My co-founder Claire worked in community health for close to a decade. She worked a lot on the response to COVID and Novavax. In the last couple of years, though, we've actually decided to narrow more on the biotech governance part. I'm more excited to talk about that. And the reason we did that because we realized just how absurdly neglected it is. At the time of writing the IFP piece, by our count, it was like, how many people work full time on securing synthetic DNA in the world? Maybe 25. If you actually look at people working full time, now it's a few more, but it's still just kind of ridiculous or absurd. And for that reason, we thought, okay, our organization has raised, in the tens of millions of dollars. It's in the grand scheme of trying to respond to a pandemic, not very much. But it did give the leverage to say, we could actually double how many people are working on this full time over the course of a few months. And that just felt like a very leveraged opportunity. And so that's where my head's at. And I think there are much smarter people to talk about the epidemiology than me at the moment.
Right. How much responsibility do you think should be put on like the frontier labs, and how much governance as opposed to like maybe other layers of the stack, like the supply chain, like we talked about?
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're creating, I'm very excited about this technology. I'm excited about the frontier labs. Advised Foundation, one of them, although again, speaking of personal capacity, very excited. But obviously, there's a lot of responsibility if you're a part of creating the technology with the misuse potential. The same goes for the synthetic DNA industry, where I think we have a similar dynamic. There's a lot of disanalogies between these industries, but one dynamic we have is we do have some really responsible players. There's a lot of companies that have, for more than a decade, come together, made a consortium, developed some tools that we're going to do the basic responsible thing of screening our orders, figuring out we're not sending Ebola to someone doing something crazy. And then you have a whole group of laggards who are just kind of free riding and not doing anything. And to address that, you just need policy. And there's this bill that's been introduced by Senator Cotton, Senator Klobuchar. I think you've talked a little bit about it before. We just need to pass this bill. I think there's sort of two camps. There are people who support the bill, and then there are people who think that surely we're already doing this. Or maybe they feel like they saw the open letter and then they think, oh, now it's covered. Like, the bill is still not passed. And I think it's just like a no-brainer.
Right. So how much like international support is there? You mentioned in the piece that there is international support and sort of industry-wide support. But how do we actually get these sort of policies passed?
Yeah, so there is some, I think, budding international interest. There's still not a single country in the world where it is legally a requirement for a company that sells the building blocks of pandemic viruses to even know who they're sending them to. That's crazy. I hope that's not true next year. I think it will not be true next year. In the UK, in the EU, there is attention on this, increasingly also in Asia. So I think that I'm optimistic, but there is a lot of work to do. I think a lot of the work to do that is to make it easy for governments to pass policies by building the standards that kind of lay out, this is what's dangerous, this is what's not. You just need to make it mandatory, and then make it easy for companies to, comply or do the responsible thing. And a lot of what we do at Sentinel, I'd be happy to talk about a few examples, is basically doing those two pieces: building the standards, making it easy for government, building the tools for the infrastructure, make it easy for companies.
What about China specifically? It seems like, there's been a lot of drama around gain of function research, for example, in China. I think there was actually just like a White House post yesterday about this. And another one about how they're not allowing or they're restricting U.S. contributions to gain of function research. Is China doing anything like this with nucleic acid screening?
Yeah, this is so important. About a third of, and I mentioned there are 200 companies in the world that sell double-stranded gene length DNA by our count. About a third of those are in China. I think China probably has a lead when it comes to the manufacture of the next generation of DNA printers themselves. So just super important. I think in terms of traction there are, I think the picture by my analysis is fairly similar. You do have some responsible companies. You have members of the International Gene Synthesis Consortium that are, both Chinese-only companies and then Chinese-US multinationals. I've talked at conferences just casually with representatives from some of these companies. Some of them are just impressively super on top of it. Some of them seem like they don't really know what biosecurity is at all. This is the same when I talk to people in other countries. At the policy level, this is not something I'm an expert on. My read is that there is increased interest. I think after COVID, there is very strong desire to not have neither the appearance or reality or suspicion of a lab-originated outbreak. And I think it's pretty clear to people, including China, that regulating synthetic DNA is a really good lever for avoiding that. So I think that it just seems like we're in a pretty good shape, or at least we're not in a good place now, but I think that part of the win condition is achievable too.
Yeah. What about the other risks that come, like automated labs, for example? What are some other risks that just come from the development of technology, automation, AI itself?
Yeah, this is something that we are also thinking about at Sentinel. We did a pretty exhaustive study. My colleague Janneke Schmidt led this, where we looked at 200 different alternatives for choke points or places you might want to put safeguards. And the ones that really stood out were synthetic nucleic acids, and then a couple of others, including what you just alluded to, which is automated labs or cloud labs. And that there are really strong complements to screening DNA. And the basic idea is that they're both these more automated labs and then more contract sort of research organizations where it's a human doing the work for now, at least, where you can you've bought some DNA and you want to assemble it because you don't know how to do this yourself. So you send it to an organization or to a cloud lab and they can do it for you.
Right.
And the concern is that this would even more increase the number of people who can do something dangerous. So we need to do something there. I think for cloud labs and automated labs in particular, it's not as pressing a today risk, but it's also not a 2040 problem. It's like a 2029 problem. And so we should start working on it. And one of the reasons I'm excited about figuring out DNA synthesis governance and actually getting that over the finish line is once we've shown that we can do that, we will have the tools, a lot of the screening tools and the infrastructure for red teaming and KYC and so on, it'll be the same tool. So we can then apply them thoughtfully to a couple of these other surfaces. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel or apply this excessive regulatory pressure everywhere.
What about other broad measures for biosecurity, biodefense that we should be doing? Obviously, nucleic acid screening. Some people talk about far UVC light and filtering indoor air in spaces. And
I have a lamp with me here.
Nice,
yeah,
we do too.
We have one in the back over there. But what measures should people, businesses, governments be doing aside from just nucleic acid screening?
Yeah, there's a lot to do here. And I think we have, for some of these, we have a pretty clear roadmap where the constraints are less about political will. And in some cases, they're more about capital and scaling infrastructure, which is why I'm excited about the increased philanthropic interest in this space. So Thea, you alluded to some of them. Some of these are new technologies we'll need to develop. So I think we need more broad spectrum medical countermeasures, both therapeutic platforms, diagnostic platforms, but also more prophylactic measures. Some of these are technologies that already exist, but they need to be either we need a better understanding of the safety and effectiveness. So for UVC is an example of that. Some of them are ones where they exist. We know they're safe. We know they work. We just need to produce a lot of them at scale and have the warm base to do that in a crisis. So personal protective equipment is an example of that. And there's a couple of other technologies that really just we need to go pedal to the metal on. And a lot of what that's the part I'm most excited about. Like, we're not going to make pandemics history just by regulating technology. We're going to do that by just making these defensive countermeasures really abundant. I just don't see a way to doing that in less than, I don't know, 5 years if you're a bit delusional, and 10 years if you're a bit more realistic, and if you actually care about protecting the whole world. And so a lot of this biotechnology governance is to buy us time to kind of safely navigate the critical period before we have those measures more broadly.
Yeah.
And what about like a post superintelligence world where we have like really seriously strong bio capabilities everywhere, and stuff like just having nanobots in your bloodstream that kill pathogens?
You can just vibe code nanobots and then inject them.
Yeah, how much thinking, like serious thinking, are people in the bio and biosecurity space thinking about like serious post superintelligence bio stuff?
I think there are people who are doing some good thinking. I'll give a shout out to a blog called Defenses in Depth, which covers some of this. I think, as with other domains of post superintelligence, it's pretty hard to reason intelligently about. But there are some people who are doing some good work. I used to be at an institute in Oxford where people were doing a lot of kind of pie in the sky thinking along these lines.
Yeah. And then how do you see like the sort of
Wait, which institute at Oxford?
Yeah.
I was at the Future of Humanity Institute.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's Bostrom's, right?
I worked down the corridor from Nick Bostrom, yeah.
Oh, that's
what
awesome.
a flex.
What a flex.
I think I have the rare honor of being, I think, the last person who was hired there before it entered bureaucratic abyss.
It's amazing.
I did not know that. It's crazy. Yeah, I was going to ask, so what do you see as the disconnect between like pure bio experts and the AI generalists? Like we were talking with a guest about how a lot of the, you'll hear talk about like this broad cybersecurity looming threat. And then you talk to the cyber experts and they sort of have very different things to say. Do you think this also exists in bio?
Yeah, I think that there's definitely there's a public health community that I think knows a lot more about the practical reality of, okay, you say you're going to get PPE or vaccines out to 1 billion people, but logistically, how are you actually going to do that? And who have, again, my colleague Claire has done some of this work where they know from Ebola, they know from COVID, just how that doesn't, you can't do that from first principles. And I think, so on the response side, I think they have a lot to add. I think what they sometimes lack, and there's also a bit of a generational divide here, is the kind of AI nativeness and the AI curiosity around, okay, what if all the assumptions we've made about biodefense kind of go down the drain over the next decade because this technology just changes the landscape for both offense and defense,
right?
Such that the defenses you're trying to build are hopelessly meek, and the threats you're trying to counter are a lot more diverse.
Yeah, totally. Well, I think we're coming up on time, but thanks so much for spending your morning with us and sharing everything you know about biosecurity.
Yeah, we love this
totally.
topic.
I appreciate it. We've brought on some great people, and I think kind of people is the core of this. We need a lot more entrepreneurs, a lot more policymakers who care about this. I think there are some really good examples of new initiatives. We've incubated some organizations recently, including the KYC space. I think there are policymakers on both sides of the aisle starting to take it seriously. But a lot of that starts from conversations. So I'm genuinely quite grateful that you're bringing this up.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Check out sentinelbio.org. And you guys are hiring, right?
We are hiring, and then I think a lot of our, so we just closed, we just hired a COO, we're still recruiting some programmatic roles. A lot of our partner organizations are also hiring. So we just helped incubate, or we incubated an organization called BioTrust, which basically, if I have 30 seconds to just cover this.
Go for it.
They work on trusted access for the most capable biomodels. So if you try to talk to Fable about biology at all, it just would refuse. And this is obviously not how we're going to develop new vaccines, by nerfing the models just to smithereens. So we need some frameworks and some practical tools for giving access to legit people. And BioTrust is basically doing this, working with Frontier Labs and others to verify trusted users of these products so they can get the less nerfed versions. And they're scaling up, and I believe they have some open roles. So that's one concrete one I'd give a shout out to.
Awesome. Thanks so
Cool.
much, Joshua.
Thanks so
Great
much,
having
Josh.
you on.
Take care, guys.
We'll be right
We'll
back.
be right back.
We're back. First state of the timeline.
It's July 29th, 2026, and we're here reporting on some super interesting stories of the day.
That's right. It's still July 29th, as it was when we hopped on 30 minutes ago.
A few minutes ago. All right. Let's take it away, Theo.
Yeah. So yesterday, 1,000 plus AI employees signed an open letter called Pacing the Frontier. We talked about it yesterday. It is now, yesterday was like 1,120 or something. Now it's 1,224.
It's growing a little
you
bit.
can see all the signatories. Since yesterday, I believe, since the letter came out, Dario signed. Many people signed. Rune, member of technical staff at OpenAI.
Yeah, that's a new signature since
And
yesterday.
just to recap, we look at the statement. We request that the U.S. government support an international effort to develop the technical and governance tools needed to deliberately pace the frontier of automated AI development. Automated AI development, they're specifically talking about recursive self-improvement, AI developing itself very quickly, potentially getting out of human control, which could be very bad. It is not calling for a pause or a slowdown.
No.
Pause AI says 1,000 AI company employees call for slowdown in AI development. No, they didn't, actually. Wait, let's control F. Slow down.
Yeah, there's
oh
no
my God.
actual slowdown mentioned.
There's 0 results when I control F'd it. Oh my God. Wow. Who would have thought? So this is just like, typical dishonest, misleading nonsense from Pause AI, who also tried to get Google DeepMind policy lead Seb Creer fired for posting a meme because they said it was a call for violence, which it was not.
Yeah.
Pause AI are really just like bad faith actors much of the time.
But they're specifically not calling for a slowdown. I know that's a lot of the Twitter sentiment right now. Everyone's saying, oh, they're calling to slow it down and make sure that they keep a lead here. It's not a slowdown, but at the same time, it doesn't actually name the specific mechanism that they want to do. It's a bit more of an open-ended letter. And so they're not exactly saying, they're just saying, hey, we need to do something. We need to have some coordination plan for how we all do this together.
Oh, cool. Just got a tweet from Yoshua Bengio.
Oh.
Scientist at Frontier. By the way, Bengio is like one of the 3 godfathers of AI. He's responsible for a whole bunch of very fundamental AI research. He won a Turing Award. He was like one of the pioneers of deep learning. He tweets, scientists at Frontier AI companies are uniquely positioned to assess AI's capabilities and warn the public about what they see. This is true. Like a lot of people accuse AI lab people of being sort of dishonest and motivated entirely by commercial, like financial incentives. I don't think this is really true. Like, people being motivated by financial incentives or power incentives applies to everyone, not uniquely AI lab employees. But what AI lab employees have that other people don't is a closer look at the actual frontier of this technology, which the rest of us can't see for 1 to 3 months.
Yeah. But ultimately, still, I think the other side of the arguments is that, okay, if you're going to have all of this regulation, the only people who are going to be able to compete when there's all this regulation are people who have more of the resources there. And so I think the other advocates are like, okay, we should just, more the accelerationist state is we should just have it all be open. We should allow other people to actually be able to participate in this and not just have the incumbents be able to keep their lead, pull the ladder up, I don't know, with them. But it is interesting. I do think it's important that this is like the first time you have so many people from the scale actually trying to make some kind of a plan and saying, hey, we need some sort of a plan.
It's not the first time.
And so this is like, from all of these labs, from Anthropic, from OpenAI, from Google DeepMind, a lot of these signatories, it's the first one at this, or like, from a lot of these people.
It is unique. This is true.
It's a very unique moment. So
Bengio says, I agree with their call. We need an international effort to develop technical and governance guardrails to ensure a safer trajectory in AI development. Safer trajectory is better phrasing than like slower trajectory.
Yeah. Safer trajectory. I like the Daniel Coco Taggio. He updated he's like updating my probabilities accordingly.
Daniel Cocotazlo of AI 2027, the AI Futures Project. which also just released AI 2040 Plan A. We had some of the co-authors on MTS to talk about it, Thomas Larson and Eli Lifland. And then I went to their like happy hour launch party, which was great. So I got to speak with Daniel there. He's a very smart guy. All these AI Futures Project people are very smart and have clearly thought a lot. He says, updating my probabilities accordingly. He thinks that basically all of the potential future outcomes that do not involve racing to ASI as quickly as possible are now more likely after this letter.
Yeah, updated. He has extra prediction points for all of that. But yeah, I guess the big takeaway here is that these people at the Frontier Labs really know what these frontier models are capable of doing. And so
Daniel Kokotajlo, by the way, used to be at a lab. He used to be at OpenAI. And then he quit OpenAI because he lost confidence in their ability to like handle the singularity well. Yeah, he had like a really good post about this way back in the day. I think he left in 2024, I believe. I can't find it, but Daniel used to work at a lab before leaving to found AI Futures Project.
Yeah. All right. In other news, we also have researchers at Anthropic have discovered improved ways to attack cryptographic algorithms. And so they're particularly using Claude Mythos Preview here. And so, similar to how we mentioned before about all of these people at the Frontier Labs kind of know what is the capabilities of these frontier models. And so here you had an improved attack against a digital signature scheme called Hawk and also Hawktua, that, funny enough, that actually wasn't the scheme, but similarly related. They also identified new ways to attack around reduced AES, and this is the most widely used symmetric cipher, but this wasn't the actual AES. This was
it was like a smaller version.
Yeah, it was like the toy version, the smaller version, the one that they use for testing. So this actually doesn't have any impact for us day to day or for anyone day to day. This actually can't. But
yet.
But it does show what they're actually capable of, which is super interesting here. But the interesting part too. So, let's see. I think I have these actual papers. Let me pull this up. So the interesting part is it's not like, we just like brute force attacked it. We found new ways to brute force attack it. The way that they figured it out is they're finding actual flaws in some of the mathematical discoveries of the cryptographic proofs themselves, of these actual cryptographic signatures. And that's how they were able to improve an attack against them. And so they even have it here. It says, let me find the quote. It says, this attack substantially speeds up the time it would take to break the signature scheme. And so it reduces the effective key size by a factor of 2. So you have this, they published this report here. How do I make this screen? Oh, it's up. I'm trying to like hide this part of my screen or whatever.
It's a hamburger menu on the top left, I think.
There we go. No hamburger menu for everybody. Yeah. All right. Got this Hawk and key rediscovery.
I just cannot hear the word Hawk anymore. It's like I can't hear the number 6, 7.
I know, our brains are fried too much. Our brains are absolutely fried.
Our brains are melting. And IQ too high?
IQ too high. No, this is interesting. They publish all. And then they also had to publish, the attack. They also had to publish their verification proof to actually convince a bunch of humans to go through and see, okay, was this real? Was this not real? Actually go through. And they have it all here. So you could, I guess anyone at home could, in theory, actually run this demo.
So there's a lot of debate in AI as to whether models are actually creating new knowledge and doing unique things in science and math that humans haven't done before, or if they're just, finding new algorithms that humans would have found anyway, given the time, basically.
I don't know. But the crazy thing, it's 60 hours. So Mythos was able to improve the best known attack on it in just 60 hours of work. That's not that much at all.
That's not that much at all. That's like a week of work for like the average like SF person.
Yeah. This is crazy. I mean, it just ties into how it's starting to do new discoveries and like,
And it was only 100K of tokens, right?
yeah, it was only 100K of tokens, very doable.
Which is, yeah, like what is the total amount that like the average big tech company in SF spends on a software engineer per year?
Yeah.
Probably, all in between pay and benefits and payroll taxes, 300,000.
Yeah.
So more than that. So 100K in order to like find novel results in cryptography is not a lot of money at all.
No.
Especially if you could use it to steal Satoshi's Bitcoin wallet and make $60 billion.
Exactly. You have a giant honeypot. If you're able to, it's like the biggest bounties. If you're able to actually hack all of these, DeFi protocols, you can get a giant honeypot of crypto. But on the good news, it's the same on the offense as it is on the defense. You're going to need, and there's way more resources. More people can actually pool their resources for the offensive side of these attacks. And so more of the research that they do early on that they're publishing is super helpful for the rest of the industry to actually know about, which is great. Yeah. But I don't know. I just think the whole area, I think my previous assumption with how all of these attacks were actually going to happen was more on the, all right, like everything is so powerful now that you can just brute force, figure out new algorithms, figure out new ways to actually, get the key and unlock all of these like cryptography proofs. But what's interesting here is it was actually a new mathematical discoveries, and you're able to figure out weaknesses and how the humans themselves designed the like cryptography in the beginning, and then undo it and just figure out those weaknesses. So you're like coming in from like where are the actual cracks in the logic itself. So this is just like an interesting way to figure out how future models are going to be able to hack algorithms.
By the way, extrapolate. Like if models can do this now, and if models could basically not write code a year ago, what does a year from now look like? What does 3 years from now look like? What does 10 years from now look like?
Yeah.
The answer is these things are going to be incredibly capable.
Yes.
Hot take. And so consider what this might mean for all kinds of fields, including cryptography.
Yeah.
The field of cryptography has done all kinds of stuff around post-quantum cryptography.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's been less research. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not in the field, but I feel like there's been less research on post-AGI cryptography. If you just have like lots of people, not with any sort of fancy quantum computers, but just like agents that are very smart, that have a lot of time to think of new approaches to break algorithms.
Mm-hmm.
Could they do it?
Yeah. This is going to be fascinating to start to figure out. I mean, at the same time, you have more resources on the offensive side. So this is also just going to make security better and better and better as well. But, they always say on the defense, you only have to be right once. So we'll see how that plays out. All right, Theo, let's talk about some of the next stories we have.
Moonshot just raised $3.5 billion, exceeding its initial target of $1 to $2 billion at a $35 billion valuation, and is now seeking more funding at a $50 billion valuation, and is planning on IPOing as soon as this year.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. The lead investors in the round included the National Artificial Intelligence Industry Investment Fund, which is also called the Big Fund, which is China's like state-backed VC fund, basically. So the China Integrated Circuit Industry Investment Fund is basically like VC, but owned by the Chinese state. They have $96 billion in assets under management, which is comparable to like the biggest American VC firms.
Wow.
And it's owned by a combination of Chinese state-owned enterprises and the Ministry of Finance directly. They have like a number of funds. One of those funds is the AI one, and they've invested in all kinds of companies. They helped stand up SMIC, Huahong Semiconductor, YMTC, Shanghai iShengna, which is the company that is building DUV now, I believe was started with an investment from this fund. And they've also invested in DeepSeek and now Moonshot. So big deal. China has these like dedicated state-owned vehicles for funding their tech.
Wow. This is crazy. It's tripling its valuation, right? And just how many weeks is this? In 10 weeks?
That's like typical stuff for the current era.
But I mean, I think the big piece here is that the open weight model is working as just as a way to create valuation.
Moonshot developed the K3 with 2.8 trillion parameters, a rough measure of AI complexity. I guess it is kind of a rough measure of AI complexity. Kind of.
Yeah.
That's actually not a terrible way to explain what parameters are to the normies. Although 2.8 trillion here doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah.
You have to compare it to others.
And then today, I even saw with KMK3, someone was developing an ability to actually do run these models locally, so you can actually. I saw that. I haven't verified that yet.
Quantize it to shit.
Yeah.
Like it's not going to be actual KMK3. Like you can pay for it in the API. You're not running this thing on your laptop, by the way. 2.8 trillion parameters means you need to be able to fit 2.8 trillion parameters in your GPU VRAM. Which
we did a background, a little back of the napkin sketch on how much this would be if we wanted to run it here at MTS Studio. What did we come up with? It was like $5 million.
Yeah, it was $5 million basically. If you want to run KMK3 on your own hardware, you need an entire NVL72 GB300 rack, which is, an enormous thing. It has 72 NVIDIA GB300 GPUs in it, and then a whole bunch of Vera Rubin CPUs or Blackwell CPUs. And the thing costs like millions of dollars. It could cost more soon. Actually, Dwarkesh just wrote an article on his prediction that if AI labs continue to ramp in revenue vertically, then compute will end up becoming much more expensive, which we'll look at another time. Oh, and you need to have continuous power. So how much power do you need? Yeah, 142 to 180 kilowatts per rack. So that's a lot.
We will see. But you also have all of these compute chip manufacturers all trying to go for the consumer, being like, hey, you guys can start running these at home. And so it's becoming a more competitive market there, which I'm excited about. Theo knows I want to start running all of these. I want our own little compute lab in the studio where we just have them all running all the time.
Yeah, we might need like a DGX Spark or something.
Yeah, exactly. If anyone wants to.
If anyone wants to send us an NVL72.
Please do. This is your.
Actually, we probably wouldn't even be able to plug it in.
Yeah, if someone wants to also pay for our PG&E bills as we do this, very, very much appreciated. Well, speaking of different labs, we got Chatgpt nears 1 billion users. It's about to hit 1 billion users recently. Finally, 7 months after its 2025 end of year target date. And so this is some late, but still a billion. I know everyone's like, 7 months late. They're so behind. A billion's still a lot. An eighth of the world is using Chatgpt. I think that stat, if you said that 5 years ago, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it is also pretty crazy. I was probably one of the first 10,000 people to ever use Chatgpt, which means I was the first 0.001% of Chatgpt users.
Wow.
I'm going to be telling this story to my, great X27 grandchildren in the deep singularity future.
Yeah, but you have nothing to show for it. It's not like you got one of those cool usernames, like people who have joe@gmail.com, people who are early to Instagram, get a great username.
Yeah, Chatgpt doesn't have usernames,
for.
So I just have TheodoreJaffe@gmail.com.
Yeah, you just have to do it, trust me, bro. I was really early, and it's cool. I have nothing to show for it.
My actual name on Twitter and all kinds of socials, Instagram and stuff.
That's lucky. I recently just got my name on socials. This is a new update for me. Someone had the Sophia Do handle, and no one else has that name. So I don't know who else has that handle. But
there's this cool graph.
Wow.
Okay, ChatGPT's road to 1 billion users. I wish they went further back than 2023.
Than 2024.
You can see it really ramped throughout late 2024 to late 2025, and then it's still growing but slower.
Yeah.
I mean, part of this is just saturation. There's so many people already on ChatGPT. It's hard to keep growing, but I think it will.
That's the big thing. They even saw, everyone's like, oh, once all of these, they start doing usage based with Claude, everyone's going to leave. But that didn't actually ended up playing out. I think people who are originally on an app, the sticky cost factor, they don't want to leave. And so ChatGPT just had a very early big distribution mode. It was the most popular. It's associated with how people think about LLMs. They just say chat. It's the new Google. So
I still use both.
I still use both. But chat is super popular internationally. And
Yeah.
you see the codex price, it was like 1 million a new day. Pretty
Yeah.
cool. All
All
right.
right. Well, that's state of the timeline, and we'll be right back. We are live with Max Sparrow, who is a co-founder, CEO, and slop janitor at Pangram, which is, we all know it. We all love it. At Pangram, slop, ? At Pangram. Is this AI?
The new Grok.
It's the new Grok. So, Max, welcome to MTS.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, tell us about Pangram 4, which you just launched this morning.
So I'm really excited about this new model. I think the biggest thing that it does, it is as much higher granularity than old Pangram. Old Pangram was looking at chunks of 150 to 300 words, and this new one can tell you if a sentence or two is AI generated in the middle of a paragraph that's human written.
Awesome.
Yeah. Besides that,
oh, go on.
Oh, I'm also really excited to talk about Pangram Image, which is we're moving on into a new modality, and we can now tell you if an image was AI generated or not. So we checked Mitch McConnell in his hospital, not AI. Balenciaga Pope, AI. Taylor Swift wedding photos, AI.
Yeah, the Mitch McConnell in his hospital, they were very smart to have him holding today's newspaper. Yeah, but people accuse it of AI anyway. Yeah, I'm curious about Pangram Image. Like, does it work, for example, if you JPEG the hell out of the image to make it look like it could be real, which is something that people do?
We did a bunch of augmentations of our own in the training set. We JPEG images, we crop them, we did a whole bunch of different augmentations, and I think this was helpful at improving our robustness. But even still, we have a minimum size for a research preview, which needs to be at least 512 by 512. So, because I think smaller than that, we just don't have quite enough signal.
How does it actually work? And if I had an image that was like a real image, and then I just edited, like AI edited part of it, would it be able to detect that?
Depends. I think it's pretty good at detecting edits. Typically, because a lot of these image generators, they still regenerate the whole image. It's not like they're actually point-wise just changing a few pixels. So if you look at the actual pixel level diff, it's a lot more than just the visual edit. But how it
Anyways,
all right, we're back.
Cool. So you were talking about a little bit about how Pangram Image works.
Yeah, so I think similar to the text model, it's figuring out, it's going deeper than just the watermark level. So surface level, OpenAI and Gemini, they will apply a watermark on their images, which is an invisible pattern, essentially, that lets you tell if the image is watermarked. However, a bunch of image generators don't have a watermark, and you can also strip watermarks from images from OpenAI or Gemini. So we want to go a level deeper than that. So we're actually looking at the pixel level, like what parts of this look like AI, right? There's a bunch of different small features that Pangram's able to pick up.
Did you find that any? Oh, go on.
Yeah, I know you wrote a technical report on Pangram 4, but just for our audience, which may not be so deep in the weeds, like what exactly is Pangram?
Cool.
under
Yeah.
the hood?
So Pangram is a classification model that could take a piece of text and tell you, is this AI generated or not? Pangram 4 goes a lot deeper than this, and it'll tell you what degree of AI generation is it, and then kind of on a token or word level, like which words are AI generated, AI assisted, or human written. And so it actually works quite well. We had an example earlier where there's like 200 words of human writing, and then we appended a few sentences of AI writing. And this was someone on Substack who was pointing this out as a failure mode of the last pangram, where the last pangram saw the AI sentences and said, this whole section is AI, and it overestimated the AI content. The new pangram was able to find the exact sentence boundary between the human text and the AI text.
Yeah. Yeah, I love this because it like incentivizes a very like high trust version of the internet where you can just always check if something is like slop or AI generated. And then people are disincentivized to post slop. So I think it's super, super crucial.
Exactly. And I think there's nothing wrong with people using AI in an assistive manner. Like if I went back and checked some writing and says, oh, this is 5 or 10% AI, like maybe like that's no big deal. That means somebody was workshopping how their sentence sounds with Claude, not necessarily wholesale generating their entire essay or post.
Yeah.
So what are the actual structural differences between human writing and AI writing?
Ooh. Many, but I think the big one that I notice is that AI tends to just be incredibly verbose, and it uses a bunch of these adjectives that are not particularly descriptive. They kind of just are like they're like vaguely impressive, but I think human writing tends to be much more descriptive, tends to use many more proper nouns and numbers, and we're able to see this broadly, but also the Pangram model goes much deeper than this and looks at the micro decisions evident in the text.
Is AI writing more efficient in any way? Like, does it relay more meaning with more token efficiency than human writing?
I find it's definitely the opposite. I think it's less efficient in terms of
why is that? That doesn't
information
seem like
density.
It should be the case.
I think most AI models, like they're not actually optimized for information density. They're optimized like at least the like standard RLHF is just we pose a question, the assistant answers, and then we're looking at this answer and saying, does this contain or does the response contain the answer? So by default, this is actually going to reward a longer response because a longer response is more likely to include the answer.
Yeah.
I think obviously today, big labs are doing a lot of additional work in this post-training step to prevent the length from just like completely running away. Because you do want to also encourage a concise answer, but I think there's like kind of two competing optimizations here of answering correctly versus answering concisely.
Yeah, I think one of the things that was so sticky to me about when I first started using Anthropic models was just that they weren't as verbose as ChatGPT, and this was mind-blowing to me. But
was this back in like the GPT 4.0 and Claude 3.5 Sonnet era?
Yeah, exactly.
Because now it's becoming kind of the opposite.
Now it is the opposite. Now it is considerably more verbose. I don't know what.
Yeah, I think OpenAI models are super concise. Or they're pretty curt today, at least on coding tasks. And I think they're a little bit better at like understanding, is this a writing task or is it a coding task? And so I think for the writing tasks, they still seem verbose and superfluous, but on the coding tasks, they're super curt.
Yeah, this is why I ask like the coding bar all of my writing prompts.
Do you think that RLing models too hard to be good at agentic coding makes them worse at writing?
I think they're definitely more mode collapsed. And so I think mode collapse, so for those who don't know, mode collapse is when a model will tend to like always just produce the more likely output. It's not going to reflect the distribution of its training data, which is broad and has a bunch of long tails. Instead, it's going to very often say the mode, which is like the most accurate thing or the most common thing. So I think this is really good for coding because typically the mode is the correct way to write the code. And then anything on the tail ends of the distribution are probably wrong in some way. However, I think for writing, this does make it worse because it ends up the writing from like this ChatGPT session sounds like somebody else is writing from another ChatGPT session because the mode collapse is so strong.
Yeah. Do you think that there will be advances in the writing side of chat models?
Surely, yeah. I mean, I think we are seeing that it is a more difficult task than coding in a lot of ways because one, it's not really verifiable. So you can't just like put it in a loop in RL and say like, rewrite this until it sounds good. Like it's not verifiable in the same way that like code compiling or completing a task is. With that said, there are a bunch of people working on it. So I expect it to get better.
Like, could you just use Pangram as like a benchmark to hill climb to make AI's writing sound more human?
I think the things that Pangram picks up on are different than like what people pick up on. So we've run some experiments where we did exactly this. We RL'd a model and we try to make it evade Pangram. And then it tends to fall into a couple of different modes. One is just like completely like incoherent, grammatically incorrect text. The other one is just like, I don't know, it just sounding like weird and stilted and like not really like AI or human. So I think it may be possible to do, but I think it like requires a really serious effort. Like just Pangram alone is not enough.
Do you think
and I think part of what we would need to do to like make writing sound more natural is to reverse this mode collapse that is inherent in the LLM outputs. And I think this is a much harder task that can't really be solved by just like fine tuning or like a like really simple RL at the end of a training run.
Is LLM writing specifically weighted or indexed on like certain people's writing?
I don't think so. Like I think today it's kind of just seems to be weighted by like AI preference, right? It's like it seems like we're not doing a ton of like human feedback or human preference. Instead, we're doing like AI preference. And so I think we're kind of just looking like the models are trying to figure out what sounds good and what sounds proper, which is why you get a lot of these constructions like, oh, it's not just blank. It's not just this, it's that. Or like, you know, the M dashes, which are more common in like well-written works. But yeah, I don't think it really sounds like any individual person. Like to me, it definitely sounds like this is Claude and this is ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Which models historically, or basically which current or historic models or specific fine tunes do you think actually write the best?
Ooh. I mean, I think the base models are going to get you the most interesting outputs. And maybe like Claude 3 Opus, which is like very like base model-esque in its behavior. And I think these are the models that are the least mode collapsed and the most interesting because you could get it into a certain basin. You can show it a bunch of your writing or your preferred style, and it will copy it much more effectively than the models today.
Yeah. How much do they mirror these days? Like if I like text it, if I text the model as like very casually, it will usually like it'll like sometimes use emojis or it'll like use internet speak because that's the input that you gave it.
They do that. It like makes me kind of uncomfortable sometimes. Like I just want to feel like I'm talking like to a consistent person, which is maybe like counter to what I said about not liking mode collapse.
Right.
But an example of this, like when ChatGPT rolled out group chats, we made a Pangram group chat with all the employees, and ChatGPT in there was just sounding like super casual. Like it was really trying to sound like a teen and using like Gen Z slang. And then we asked it, we were trying to like push the limits and red team it. And it's like, oh, I can't say that. Like I'm like there's potentially teens in this chat, and so I wouldn't want to expose them to that. And so like I have some theory that like there's something at system prompt about like how the group chat could be for teens, and so that's why it was kind of going in that direction. But I do see it like really it tries to mirror your tone, but I think it like doesn't do a great job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. Like, people talk to the models in like Nigerian pidgin, and it responds to them in kind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the models speak all kinds of languages, for example. Have you noticed any differences, by the way, in different languages with the sort of ineffable slop quality of the writing? Does it write better or worse in other languages?
Yeah. Does it have the like it's not just X, it's Y in like Spanish?
Ooh, that's a good question. I haven't looked into this. Unfortunately, I only speak English, but some of my Chinese coworkers have told me that like ChatGPT really just sounds like it's less fluent than its English version. It sounds a little bit more like translated or awkward.
Yeah, but what about like Kimi or DeepSeek?
Yeah, I've heard like Kimmy and Quen, they're just like much more fluent. At least I know like Quen, like much more of its pre-training data is Chinese and multilingual compared to like a lot of these American models.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's like an intentional choice. I think that's going to probably reduce performance on English in favor of other languages.
So how would we make a model that was just entirely aimed at information density?
Ooh, it's a good question. I feel like very quickly you could just optimize for that and get something completely unintelligible.
Yeah,
like you could
be
get
like Neuralese.
yeah, exactly, Neuralese.
Maybe
Like
we need
just
to
write
learn how to
Chinese.
speak Neuralese.
yeah, if you ever read like the O3 chain of thought, where it's just like completely dense and incoherent and
Mhm.
incomprehensible, I feel like that's the sort of thing that you would get if you're optimizing purely for for information density.
Yeah.
Get ready to learn Neuralese, buddy.
I feel like I get this a little bit with Fable.
Where it's like
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes when I'm talking to Fable on a coding task, I'm like, you got to slow down, buddy. Like this is kind of like my limit. Use more tokens when talking to me.
Yeah. What about model to model communication? Have you looked into that at all?
Not really. What kind of questions would you like to see answered here?
In terms of model to model communication? Well, like if there was like we could have some sort of like interpretability on the way that models speak to each other.
Yeah, or like if models speak to
interesting.
models differently from how they speak to humans, which I imagine
and I'm
they
sure
do.
certain models will like the language that I don't know, like Fable and Kimmy create to talk to each other will be obviously different from the ones that like Fable and like Soul use or something.
I bet they do. I'm also like if I bet there's a lot of interesting things if you look at what commands how does Fable talk to its subagents?
Right.
And is it different if its subagents are like ChatGPT subagents versus
exactly
Anthropic subagents?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot of interesting stuff here that we like haven't even really touched. Most of the coding stuff like I think is kind of outside of our realm because we're really we use AI to code all the time, but I think like the written word is still like where there's this big authenticity problem.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of interesting stuff to talk about, which we'll have to get to another time because we're running low on time. But Max, it's been great having you on. Congrats on the launch of Pangram
Congrats
V4.
on the launch. I'm excited to use this.
I'm excited
Cool.
to use it
Thanks
too.
so much.
And thanks so much for coming on
try it
MPS.
out.
Check out Pangram and use it if you don't already, by the way.
Use it.
At Pangram.
It's very useful. At Pangram.
All right. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Bola Malek, who is the head of Base 10 for Model Labs. And Base 10 helps AI labs turn trained models into businesses by providing the infrastructure, billing, compliance, and distribution needed to reach customers. And I'm super excited to have him on today and discuss a little bit more about Base 10 for Model Labs and also why Base 10 believes specialized models will play an increasingly important role in the future of AI. So Bola, super excited to have you here.
Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
Super exciting. So why don't we just jump straight into Base 10 for Model Labs, because this is the big exciting announcement that I just want to jump into. And I know in May, you guys recently announced the Frontier Gateway. So what does this add beyond the Frontier Gateway? What is the actual lab's responsibility end once Base 10 is handling distribution, metering support, enterprise deployment, and all that stuff?
Yeah, awesome. So yeah, I think as you noted, like our first investment in Model Labs was this gateway, and the point of the gateway is to facilitate people serving their own first-party APIs coupled with Base 10 inference, and that allows you to simplify things like rate limiting, token counting, a lot of the things that folks have to build on top of inference to serve a multi-tenant API. But what it doesn't help you with is that you still have to go through and meet certain compliance requirements. You may have to incur different costs by handling like regional requirements for your various customers. And what we've seen is that some of our existing customers want to consume a lot of closed models, but they don't want to go through the procurement processes with each one of these small labs. But they see a lot of value in these specialized models in the same way that our research partners and model partners do, and in the same way that we do. So what we've done is that we've allowed people to sell their models through Base 10 to the end customer. So we work with them to package the models in a way that can be deployed in different regions and can meet these different compliance requirements without the labs having to go through that themselves. And that allows them to really focus on their research and what makes them different and what differentiates their models, and allows us to simplify a lot of the logistics for the end customer who might be interested in consuming many of these models together.
This is interesting because what's actually happening here is you're expanding beyond how maybe most people associate Base 10 of just merely running the models. And now you can actually help labs to distribute, monetize them through, I think you have like the model library. And and so is this future you're going to have enterprise customers are now discovering and activating models fully on Base 10?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. So I think what we're focusing on now is helping labs go through these procurement processes with customers that they're already in talks with. And I think over time, as Base 10 grows, like it will become more of a discovery mechanism. But right now, what we're focusing on is really getting a lot of these joint wins because there's a lot of demand built up for them. And then over time, the hope is that that will create a flywheel, both from different labs coming to us to access these larger customers, and more of these customers discovering smaller labs through Base 10.
Oh, you said joint wins. Can you expand upon that? What would a joint win actually look like?
Yeah, a joint win is, one of these smaller labs wants to sell a model to a large customer, and them going through the procurement process alone is a tedious process that would get in the way of adopting of this large customer adopting this model, and we work with them to essentially accelerate that process and make sure that this can happen fairly quickly. Like a lot of our end customers aren't very open about what models they use, so we can't share some of these names publicly, but we share a lot of our model lab partners where we've worked with them to get a lot of this consumption together.
Yeah, and on a personal note, this is particularly why I'm really fascinated with what Base 10 does. And it just, in terms of thinking from the a smaller model, a smaller actual lab, what it actually makes possible for them. And so now if you're like the smaller lab, you can you don't need all this like enterprise software like company around every single model because you actually are able to compete with what Base 10 is providing.
Yeah, that's our hope. Like we want people to turn their research into revenue and to focus on what makes them different and what makes their models different. And for all of this repetitive stuff, like we just think of that as infrastructure. So this is just a new kind of infrastructure that we're investing in because we're an infrastructure company, and we think like, if there's something that we could do for many people and we could differentiate at it, that's better than any one of these people doing it on their own as kind of a side quest to their main business.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm curious because if you have closed weight partners and they can serve models without exposing or allowing extraction of the weights, so what exactly protection can infrastructure provide against distillation and all of that other stuff?
Yeah, so I think for us, like what we do is that we protect the IP itself, and the actual terms of using the model are passed through from the labs to the end consumer. So some of these protections against distillation, it really depends on what the lab allows for usage of their models. And essentially, like a lot of our customers don't have the intent of distilling these models. They just want to solve a specialized problem that they would otherwise not have solved. Whether that's because an open model is not capable of solving that problem, or they don't have the necessary data for training a custom model for solving that problem. They just want kind of to be able to offer these differentiated product experiences, and to do that using the best model for the job.
Yeah, definitely. In this world, so if you're not just the infrastructure provider, but you're also the marketplace, how does that actually work in terms of preventing yourself from favoring certain models that are maybe cheaper or easier for you guys to serve over something that might be actually better for the end customer?
Yeah, I think for us, like we always prioritize the end customer, right? So, given that in any model that we serve, there will be a meaningful like inference demand on that model. Like we are generally not very opinionated on what model people use, and we want them to have access to the best models because that's what you end up using to build the best products. So we end up being very aligned to the end customer, and that's what we use to protect against misaligned incentives. And we offer all the options, and we work with them to evaluate them so that they can pick the best model for their job.
That's cool. So it's almost that base 10 is becoming this distribution channel. So this is pretty different from maybe just the infrastructure side of how people maybe associated it beforehand, right?
Yeah, correct. So we want folks to be able to distribute through base 10, and that allows them to have meaningful revenue, without a lot of work that they would otherwise have to do.
Yeah. So let's talk just more about this meta moment and why this is really important. You're seeing right now a lot of frontier labs and almost trying to halt, say, some of these like smaller labs who are publishing their weights openly. And there's lots of advances in some of these smaller labs on what they're actually able and capable of. And the benchmarking has been pretty crazy for the actual, they're competing quite on par. And so in this future, how does this actually support some of these smaller labs to compete at the same scale?
Yeah, our hope is that it does allow them to compete. I think that what we want is a healthy ecosystem where there's just many models, right? Like we believe in this multi-model future where folks will need many different models. Some of them, they build themselves. Some of them other folks build for them, and some of them are open source. And having this diversity allows a very healthy ecosystem, right? Like having more open source models allows these smaller players to post train models that they would otherwise not be post training, and to reach these kind of differentiated results on narrow benchmarks or broad benchmarks, depending on how they target their research. And it gives the end consumer more options. So that's our hope. Where as we continue to build tools that allow us to partner more deeply with labs, it allows more of these labs to exist and to have thriving businesses.
Yeah, definitely. We believe in a multi-model future. And I definitely agree with you. Having diversity, you create a more healthy ecosystem by doing so. Can you just help me unpack exactly what a healthy ecosystem looks like? How does diversity actually lead to that?
Yeah, I think a healthy ecosystem is where there's always innovation and there's always options, right? I think the opposite of a healthy ecosystem would be, some kind of lock-in to a specific kind of model. And we just think that like folks will end up needing more models because their needs will evolve, and it allows them to build more differentiation into their products. And I think that the optionality and the ability to either use the best model for a given job or to customize a model for your own job, whether that model is open or closed, is always a collaboration between the end consumer and the lab. And like, we're here to facilitate that, right? So some of these labs will release models open source, and a lot of that work and collaboration is very diffuse. And some of these labs will want to be able to, build a sustainable business on top of it where there's more direct collaboration with the end customer. And we want to be part of that and to facilitate that process.
Yeah. Can we talk a little bit about these labs? And so I know you guys have a few launch partners. Can you give any insight onto who those actual launch partners are?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of our launch partners is Inception. And they build, their differentiation is really in the model architecture itself.
Yeah.
So they build a diffusion LLM, and we help them distribute that to customers on base 10, where they need extra compliance than what Inception has on their first party API. We have PyNote, which solves like a very specific problem in audio AI, which is diarization, which is figuring out from an audio waveform who is speaking and being able to label those. And we've worked with them to both optimize their models so it could be more performant than it would otherwise run, and to distribute it to many folks that need it. For a lot of these voice workloads, a lot of latency matters to how natural things feel. So we end up seeing a lot of regional requirements for some of these voice workloads. And that's where, for a small lab like that to go and procure capacity across the whole world to meet their customers where they're at becomes a very high burden. But for us, since we're already doing this at scale, and that's part of what we do in solving inference for our existing customers, we're able to allow them to leverage that to unlock new business.
Can you share an actual story? And so maybe for these regional constraints, what are these actual burdens that some of these smaller labs get into?
Yeah, so for example, like to go and procure capacity in a given region, you may have to make a reservation for a GPU for a certain amount of time. And a lot of the end customer, they just expect to be paying for what they're using, not for the capacity that's reserved for them. So for a small lab to go and procure that capacity and not have the flexibility to spin it up or spin it down would be very hard. But for us, like, we essentially have many customers who have demand for a given region, and we're able to do this at scale where we allow this flexibility in scaling up and scaling down for the end customer, and they only pay for what they use. While the lab doesn't have to worry about doing that. They just get paid for the usage of their model on top of that capacity.
Interesting. It's interesting because I feel like most of the conversation right now, most people are arguing around, okay, which model wins, which one is the best model. But from what I'm hearing, it sounds like this is the wrong approach that we're actually thinking of it. It's more who decides the shape of the industry is more about like the commercial aspect, is more about this commercial machinery, how it actually gets into people's hands, how people are actually using it. Is that what you're seeing too?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is that people use many models, right? It's not a notion of which model wins, right? It's a notion of what model is best for solving the problem I have, right? So if you look at some of the voice use cases, like some of them are very language specific, right? Like you just need the model to be very good at a specific language for the region that you're targeting. And a single model is generally like not that good at the broad diversity of languages. So you end up using different models for different languages. And that's why you see a lot of companies like differentiating in voice AI in this way. And what we see is people will use multiple models. Like even in text, right? There's just different types of tasks, whether you're doing like a search sub-agent or you're doing a planning orchestrator model or you're doing coding. Like there's just different models that are better at different tasks. And people use more than one. Like it's not just that a single model will win per modality. And we want to just facilitate that happening, right? Like both for the people consuming the models, like you can have a broad option of models that are accessible and reasonable for your use cases and for you to grow your business and your consumption, and for the labs to access folks looking for many models so that they can get the attention that they deserve for their research.
So it's almost like, you're seeing often, okay, we have this specialized model, we can do X or we can do Y or we can do Z way better than anyone else. But without an actual distribution layer, these labs aren't really businesses. They're a cool paper and like, wow, like this is really cool, but that's not actually moving the needle in terms of how people can actually interact with them. But now with base 10, you actually allow for the end consumer to be able to use these specialized models for what actually is best for them. And so it's almost like you're providing this marketplace distribution layer to find what model might be the best for your specific use case.
Yeah, correct. Like our hope is to let them run like more capital efficient businesses, right? Like they could go and become an inference company to sell their model, or they could partner with us, and that gives them hopefully more room to do research and other things instead of rebuilding this inference layer.
Yeah, super interesting. And then who are you actually seeing that happen for? Like, do you have specific examples of your launch partners already, or some of the smaller labs you are working with who Base 10 has allowed them to actually have this distribution layer, become a business, get more customers that maybe they wouldn't have without you guys?
Yeah, so I think like more generally, like all of our launch partners, we're working with them to unlock new business. And as I mentioned, like a lot of folks don't like mentioning what models they use, so it's really hard to share specific examples live.
That totally makes sense. I mean, I guess the big one that I think is public with Poolside, right? So that was the Laguna S model. All of that was one of the big pieces of news that happened last week. We even had the founder actually come on here on MTS, and so I believe they're one of your public launch partners, correct? How are you guys interacting with them as well?
Yeah, so we help Laguna and Poolside power their first-party API for all their models. So they come with their models to Base 10, and we run both the inference, and we give them this gateway layer that allows them to have many consumers for this model behind the gateway. And we've been working with them since their initial launch in April, and they've been awesome partners. And we've worked on many models since the beginning.
Wow, yeah, this is exciting, and it's you guys are in a Series F, and you recently raised, I believe, 1.5 billion at a 13 billion valuation. And what's pretty clear here is that this entire market, this actual trying to be the place where labs and enterprises and businesses actually meet, is a really huge market that's growing. Can we talk a little bit about why you think you guys have that valuation that you do? Like, why is this such a competitive market and a fast growing market?
Yeah, I think for us, like we've seen kind of how our customers using Base 10 has allowed them to scale, and I think that's what the market reflects. So, like in general, like inference is taking the model and running it at scale, so you could build a business around it. And what we've seen is, even outside of this whole distribution picture, what we do with inference of optimizing these models and running them globally for very high reliability allows our customers to build their AI products and have them find product market fit and scale much faster than if they were to have to do that on their own. And that's why, this inference layer is very valuable, because it frees up whoever is building the AI product to go and build their own business at scale. And that's why, like inference is everything. Like we think every product will have some level of inference in it, and it becomes a very big market. As intelligence penetrates more and more products, this becomes a very critical layer. And that's why it's a very valuable business. And our investors see our growth, our customers' growth, and that's a very exciting moment for all of us.
Inference is everything, and I couldn't agree more with that statement. And also, it's just, I think I have this quote here. You have like, model labs excel because they have research at their core, not necessarily infrastructure. What exactly do you mean by that?
Yeah, so we think like the core skill set to do model research, right? Like whether it's, the data generation or the model architecture and the different kinds of research that go into building innovative models is a different skill set than like, running Kubernetes at scale or procuring capacity. And these are just like fundamentally different skills. And we built an infrastructure company because we think, this layer of managing the Kubernetes at scale and building all these systems that allow you to run these models reliably is reusable for running many models, and is not what will end up differentiating the model itself. And that these are different skills where we want the folks who are doing the research to be free to innovate in the way they want. And when they're looking to run these models at scale, they have a partner that can work with them to grow their business without them having to rebuild this core layer.
Definitely. And I guess I'm also curious, because you work with so many different specialized models and specific smaller labs that specialize in certain things, what do you see is trending? What are the end consumer particularly excited about when it comes to specialized models that maybe will eventually be a commodity in a year or two from now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that they will be a commodity or two for now, but we see trends across like different kinds of sub-agents, whether they're computer use sub-agents or search sub-agents. We even see folks like innovating on, the runtime layer itself, like how do I make a longer horizon runtime that runs longer, and kind of getting around some of the compaction problems that folks have. We see innovation in voice, both across like speech to text in different languages, or text to speech in different languages, and in diarization. And essentially, like, we see innovation on the model architecture itself, like the example I mentioned earlier with Inception.
Yeah, definitely. And in this multi-model thesis, what does success actually look like? So if you were to have to prove out this thesis, how would you know that it's actually working? What would a result in a year from now actually look like to prove that this multi-model thesis is successful?
Yeah, I think a year from now, like, we're gonna see, I think as we're seeing now, like, folks using different models, and I think the cardinality of that will go higher, both from the perspective of the number of people using a given model will go up, and the number of models that a given user has will also go up. And I think just tracking these numbers as they grow, I'm pretty sure that's how we'll know the multi-model future is here. And that's what we have already started observing, and that's why we're making this investment now.
Definitely. Do you see it more from like the customer standpoint, of the customers actually switching the models more frequently, or more from an application standpoint? So you have applications that are now building in specific ways that they route to several different specialists or specialist models based off of what that end consumer actually wants to be using it for.
Yeah. I don't think it's so much about switching models. I think it's really about like solving like product problems with the right model, right? And that, you will end up having more models suitable for solving more problems, and you end up solving more problems rather than like swapping out a model for another, and then that becomes a metric of success. I think the metric of success is really how differentiated of a product can you build, and how many problems do you solve in doing that, and using the right model for solving those problems.
And then for you personally, what are you personally excited about in a future where that will involve many different specialized models?
Yeah, I think for me, like, part of what's been exciting about this is that, it has created opportunities to work closely with a lot of labs. And we see that that's like, these folks that do the research are the ones moving the frontier. And us working very closely with them has been, very, very fulfilling and very exciting. And we hope to continue deepening and working closely with them to accelerate them doing that, and to learn more closely, like, how we can build for them to build a more healthy frontier and ecosystem, and just have AI penetrate more and more workloads.
Completely. Well, Bola, I did want to thank you for coming on MTS today, sharing more about Base 10 Model Labs and all the amazing work that you guys are doing. I'm so excited about the future that you guys are actually creating, and being able to actually use all of these specialized models easier is something that I'm personally incredibly excited for as well. So, Bola, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Sophia.
And we'll be back with MTS.
DeepMind. He's the founder of OpenMind, an open source community of 1,000 plus researchers building PhD student at the University of Oxford, affiliated. We actually just had an former FHI person, Joshua Monrad, on earlier this morning. So welcome back.
Oh, amazing. Thank you. Glad to be here.
I guess first question before we dive into it. What did you learn from FHI about AI? How has that shaped your development, your vibes on the subject?
Oh, you mean the Future of Humanity Institute? These guys? Yeah. So I got to Oxford first in 2016. FHI was sort of in the, I guess, was it political science school at the time there. And when I was there, that was the first time I met people that were thinking about AI misuse. And I went to a workshop that Miles Brundage put on. Have you ever had Miles Brundage on the podcast?
Oh, yeah, multiple
He's awesome.
times.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, well, basically, he was having a small workshop there. I went and I met a bunch of people who been really inspiring to me in my career. So like Peter Eckersley was there, Ben Laurie, a couple other kind of big folks in cryptography, and that workshop really, this bad actors workshop that ultimately culminated in the malicious uses of AI paper, sort of steered my career in the direction of AI and cryptography and governance and these types of things. So yeah, grateful for the group.
Yeah, it really seems like Nick Bostrom has just had like an enormous impact on AI and futurism. It seems really like almost every one of Bostrom's papers has ended up becoming like a major field in the subject.
He certainly had a lot of influence.
Yeah.
No, it's cool. It's had a lot of influence.
For whom this is the case.
Yeah, no, I mean he is very predictive, and I think also the other thing he got right was capacity building. That basically training people is like this meta strategy for everything, and he got started on that 10 to 15 years before everyone else did, and so he's just compounding interest is what it is, and he sort of played the long game, and it's having a lot of influence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, one of the big news stories yesterday was Pacing the Frontier, the open letter from now 1,238 employees of Frontier AI companies, including a bunch of Google DeepMind people, Shane Legg, Jasjit Sekon, Anka Dragan, and many, many others. So what are your initial thoughts and takes on this letter?
One is, these letters give us snapshots on what people are thinking about and how many people are thinking about it. So, I think that to some extent things haven't changed. There's been some other big open letters since then, but it's been a while since we've gotten a snapshot that's like this before. I think I posted some of the statistics from that letter. So roughly 10% of Anthropic, I forget the other stats, but it was like 4%, 4 to 5% of the employees of Anthropic, OpenAI, and DeepMind.
10% of Anthropic, 3% of OpenAI, 2% of DeepMind.
Right. And so, you have to go deeper in the demographics to really kind of paint a picture of what that means in terms of decision making for these different types of orgs. But big things start small, and the idea of a pause or of a slowdown is a pretty big idea. But it's clear that it's got some people's attention.
Yeah. So something that we talked about last time was this idea of fusion models, right? Can you tell us about this? I think it was you guys at OpenMind ran an experiment where you found that the top 5 AI systems are still fusions. So tell us about how the work has evolved in this space.
Yeah. The zoomed out picture is that in the end, AI is going to be a protocol instead of a program. And we're seeing that evolution start to really gather steam as the scaling laws are constraining how much data, compute, and talent one company can bring together. I guess you and Herbie talked about this a couple of days ago, right? That's really constraining. And basically, when you combine models from multiple different providers, you're implicitly combining the data, compute, and talent that they trained on, and so you can get better, faster models for a lower price, which is pretty crazy when you think about it.
Yeah. So how do you see this playing out? Could we have like a fusion of open weights and closed weights models? Like, how does this play out in the bigger landscape of the open source v closed source battle?
In the next 2 to 4 months, nothing changes because there's too much momentum in the direction that we're currently in for folks to like turn the ship and really for things to change. But while the market is continuing to run in that direction, what we're going to see is the Pareto frontier of cost and price start moving in a different direction, where if you want the absolute most accurate model, ensembling the top models is always going to win. Like you're just going to get higher scores in that than any single model. If you want the best accuracy relative to any unit of price, I think ensembling some open and closed models, like what you said, is likely going to own that Pareto frontier kind of quietly for a while. And it won't be until there's a leaderboard that sort of widely recognizes ensembles as comparable to individual models that we start to really see it. And then in like 12 to 18 months time is when that kind of saturates a bunch of different benchmarks across the space. And then the harnesses pick it up, and all of a sudden, harnesses are routing you to the best sort of combinations of models on the fly. And that's when the market really starts to change in terms of how people buy intelligence. And then some other chapters happen after that.
Yeah. How would this start to happen? Like, is this like an expensive sort of system to set up? How do you see this like actually catching on?
It's not expensive. It's just annoying. Like it's just like sort of accessing multiple APIs and using them at the same time is just kind of like a bit of a fiddly thing because the harnesses aren't really ready to do it across providers. Inside of like Claude Code, if you sort of open it up and check it out, it's constantly routing to different models at different times, but it's not really doing. Ensembling looks more like MapReduce. Are you familiar with MapReduce, where like you send the same prompt to multiple models and then you have another model that sort of summarizes or combines their outputs. So this is sort of like the AI equivalent of a much older paradigm. We don't really have good tools for AI MapReduce. So I think it'll continue to live in kind of the researchy world until basically the first harnesses or browser plugins allow you to do that automatically. We're close to, I would say that's probably like 1 to 3 months out from when you start seeing that start to take hold. Then the people who adopt it will be ones who are most price sensitive or accuracy sensitive. So if you need the outermost limits of accuracy, you'll be the first adopting diffusion models because you'll be able to get greater accuracy there than anywhere else. And if you're price sensitive, where you're like, hey, I keep running out of tokens, or hey, I'm running really large scale workloads and another 5 to 10% is actually a pretty big deal for me, then leaning into these kind of new routed systems will be something that I think people will do. It won't hit mainstream until it's sort of fire and forget. It'll be like, because it'll be a little bit config heavy in the early days, where like you'll have to kind of know what you're doing a little bit to use it, like most new tools. But then the part that means that the part that's the irreversible like secular trend is this stuff wins on cost and accuracy, and that just always wins the day in the end, right? And so that's where we'll head.
Right. Do you think that there's like more investment in U.S. open source that will be needed for this to happen? And what is your general take on like where things will go from like a regulatory perspective with Chinese open source?
Oh man, big topic.
Yeah. Can of worms.
This one's a little bit counterintuitive. Let me describe like the best case first, and then like there's other things that can kind of get in the way. If the incentives that is described are kind of allowed to continue to operate without some kind of major policy change, what happens is a new way to price intelligence is kind of born, where it starts as just ensembling models that everyone has access to, where you're paying for each individual model that's inside of your ensemble or inside of your fusion model, whether that's a hosted open source model or a closed source model. But then something new and different happens. And the thing that's new and different is if I have data that is private to me as a business or government agency or individual that I previously just couldn't price, I couldn't figure out how to sell that to one of the AI providers in a way that made sense. And there's a lot of this going around. All of a sudden, I can take an open source model, I can fine tune it on my data, and then attach that to a RAG database of that same data set and register it on this kind of like routed network of ensembles. And that's going to make legible something that previously was illegible. That's a route to another billion times more data for AI systems. And that when the marketplace of buyers and sellers for that starts kicking off, we see a really, really different direction for AI systems. One that goes away from generality. So we'd see a lot more like it's a general network of narrow intelligence, if that makes sense. But because the routers will be so good, you won't really know. It won't feel that way. It'll be like I type in a prompt, it hits a router, and then that router goes and finds the neurons that are best for that thing. Sort of like a mixture of experts, if you're familiar with the paradigm. And the so models will get more narrow instead of more general. They'll get faster and more sparse instead of heavier and larger and more general. And they'll also get a lot more accurate in the domains for which things are available. And that kind of will start to widen the gap between going to just one model for everything that you need versus going to individual routed systems that have like highly accurate, specialized knowledge that you're sort of paying for on a token by token basis. Open source plays a very special role in a world like that. It's not open source as the general model that knows everything. It's open source as these base models that dramatically lower the cost of bringing your private data to market or having a client that's ultimately synthesizing these results back together. And so open source models can kind of chase more what Carpathy calls the cognitive core, where it's like they don't necessarily need to know about everything in the world. They just need to know logic and grammar and syntax and reasoning and vocabulary and like these like things that we use all the time. And that's a really, really different kind of role for open source than how it's cast at the moment. What that does in the regulatory regime is, I think, unclear. And part of that has to do with the degree to which folks that are doing regulation are focusing on where the puck is today or where the puck is going to be in 6 to 12 months' time.
Yeah. Going back to your point on model routing from earlier, like what will make model routing actually good? It seems like quite a hard problem right now. Like how does a model know which model is the right one for a given task?
That's a great question too. That comes down to benchmarks is the easy answer. Like that's how we already route models, right? So when I as a consumer want to do something with AI systems, I go check a leaderboard to see what the best model is, and then I start using that, or some vibe thing on Twitter if there's no leaderboard for it yet. That's already kind of like a human in the loop router. All I'm really describing is a human out of the loop router. So you take that and run with it, and the short answer is millions of leaderboards that get more and more niche as you go. So that basically your local client can go, oh, you prompted about this. That's in the subject of there, in the subsubject of there. Think like a Dewey Decimal System for AI, but probably not a fixed schema. More, that's where AI starts to get really, really routery and communication protocol-y, and as opposed to being kind of a single program. But yeah, it's a great question. More research needed. But the scaling law, like fundamental principle, will be how much data is being thrown at the problem of routing, and that's an interesting question to talk about.
Right. Do you think that like Frontier Labs will sort of like pivot into this routing thing, or it will just be like an entirely new type of business that like supersedes this and helps solve routing?
That's hard to say. There's a lot of different ways that they can participate. So obviously cloud companies will benefit enormously from this kind of stuff. It's more spend, it's more build out, it's more queries, more capability. So that's great. All the downstream use cases will get easier as basically as intelligence goes up and cost goes down. That makes the use cases around that are built on top of AI systems more profitable. So that's great. For regulators, this makes regulation oddly quite a bit easier, because one of the things that makes regulation really difficult is generality. When you have one blob that can do everything, then every regulator in the world is worried about every possible kind of misuse, all has to focus on the same blob, and you don't really know when to turn the blob on and when to turn it off. Whereas if, say, the best biology capability is sitting at AstraZeneca because they have the best biology neurons, because they have the best biology data sets, well, all of a sudden a firm that does advanced biology, that is like already regulated by regulators who understand them, already has the relationships, already has some kind of auditing regime, this kind of stuff, inherits it. So there's a lot that gets easier and more legible and cleaner in this type of regime that I think really helps big firms that are worried about those types of problems. So more profitability, more regulatory certainty, all this kind of stuff is good. In terms of what models they would then go train, it's sort of like asking, would Google or OpenAI or Anthropic be the first to pursue a mixture of experts? because mixture of experts wasn't really a generality maximizing thing. It was an internal router into the system. They actually kind of had to be pushed into it. And the reason they had to be pushed into it was like the Chinese released it. All of a sudden, that changed the cost profile of AI systems, and so they needed to follow. If that makes sense. So I think whether they lead or whether they follow is up to the individual research agendas and product agendas of individual companies. That's impossible to predict. But I think that you can make some general statements that the market will have to chase accuracy and cost, and that's going to pull everyone in with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's very fascinating about this framework is that it kind of like debunks the singleton AI narrative, because then you
I don't know
just
about
have like
debunk.
Like,
I don't know
because
about debunk.
well, because you would have like ideally, a bunch of like a mixture of experts, and it would just be so dense and distributed, or not dense, rather the opposite. Like it would be so distributed that it's sort of the like routing infrastructure that is the most like that's a completely different thing than having just like a fully generalized, fully capable model.
I mean, that's one hypothesis, and the singleton thing is another hypothesis, and we don't really know. I definitely prefer the distributed pluralistic future to the singleton one, unless the singleton is like perfectly aligned with my values. But
yeah. Oh man, there's so many off ramps that are really interesting from that conversation. I think the deepest one is like a philosophical one, which is whether the singleton ends up being the dominant paradigm or the kind of like networked version ends up being the dominant paradigm actually comes down to like a question about like meaning in the world. Like, do you believe that all knowledge and intelligence and facts and structure and all this kind of stuff is highly, highly interconnected? Like, forget about neural networks for a second. Are the concepts highly interconnected? If I were to be cynical, is the number of rocks that are on the moon related to the fact that the Eiffel Tower is in Paris, which is related to like the boiling temperature of water, which is related to, if all these things are actually downstream of some fundamental theorem or some fundamental theory of everything, then like, the most of the world's knowledge is going to be compressible down into one theory of everything, right? If that's not the case, if we actually have lots of semantic information in the world, lots of stuff that just is because it is, there was in the beginning, lots of randomness was pushed into the universe and it's all still sloshing around and you have to actually know about it all, then it will turn out that indexing into it is vastly more efficient than computing everything. The analogy that I like is, GPT-3, when you walk into a library, GPT-3 is like a library without an index, where every neuron is used to make every prediction. It's not actually true, but almost every neuron. So it's like going into a library and asking the librarian, what are the rules of chess? And the librarian says, 1 moment, please. And then they go and read every page on every book on every shelf and come back and give you 1 token, right? And if you think that all knowledge is compressible, eventually that library is just going to become 1 book. And the librarian might read the whole book every time, but because it's the theory of everything, that's just the way that it has to work. But if instead knowledge actually is distributed, then the data structure will ultimately have to chase that because of cost and accuracy.
Which one do you lean towards? Because I guess like one of them is just the thesis that like all knowledge is related, and like humans are generalists, so it's kind of easy to look at the world that way, but not sure. I'm not even sure where I stand on it. Where do you stand?
There's a balance. Like with all things, there's some part of your brain that you're always using because it's the synthesizer, logic, reasoning, syntax, grammar, like this kind of stuff. There's some percentage of our neurons that we use to interpret everything, and that's fine, right? I think that the overwhelming majority is not that, right? I think that's like the engine you feed stuff through, but it's the other way around. And the history of information technology reflects this. Almost every major broad listening technology first had this moment of, let's put all human knowledge into one thing. Like, first it was buildings. Let's put all human knowledge into one library. That was the Library of Alexandria. Let's put all human knowledge into one book. That was the French Revolution, encyclopedism, and the rise of the encyclopedia. Even the mainframe computer had this moment. But in all cases, it eventually federates because of economics and basically economic and political challenges of putting all that in one spot. And we get indexes, and we get Dewey Decimal Systems, and we get search, and we get all sorts of different things like that. And I see no reason why AI is not going to follow the same trajectory. Yeah,
totally. Do you think this would like also apply sort of internationally? So there would be sort of like specialized, the Dutch are very good at EUV. And so maybe they would create the like EUV model, and then that would be like it has some sort of geographical component.
I mean, you just touched on the question of data sovereignty, which is obviously a big topic in a handful of different jurisdictions. It seems extremely likely to me that we're going to find ourselves in a regime with some much higher level of data sovereignty than we have today, and that would lead to an outcome like what you described.
Right. Yeah. So fascinating.
It is fascinating. Yeah, one other topic that we should touch on before we go. You mentioned, background in cryptography. Yesterday, Anthropic released a bunch of research on how they used Claude Mythos Preview in order to discover cryptographic weaknesses with Hawk and with a weakened version of AES, which seemed like this would have pretty profound applications if and when these models continue getting more capable. So what are your takes on this?
Cryptography and machine learning are kind of opposites. They're sort of a yin and yang. AI machine learning is sort of like, no matter how noisy the signal is, I'm going to be able to recover the structure and figure it out. And cryptography is sort of like, no matter how big the structure is, I'm going to be able to hide it in this noisy thing that provably you can't find the structure unless you have the key, right? And so they're kind of arch nemesis of each other, locked in an epic battle to figure out who can hide structure and who can recover structure. Up until this point, cryptography has won overwhelmingly. In the sense of like there's been a long-term defense advantage that's come from cryptography. This has had enormous political implications in the world, by the way. Like the ability for everyday individuals to send messages to each other in a way that they can prove that no very powerful state or sort of centralized power or whatever can see has had just enormous political implications ever since it was first created. It's if you take a step back, the formal proofs around cryptography are not going anywhere. We need quantum proof cryptography to be implemented everywhere. So I think that my interpretation of this moment is that the real problem we're facing is not a weakness in cryptography. The real problem we're facing is human flaws in the proof making for new things like one of the ones that you mentioned. And second is the rollout of distributed systems and getting people to, this will sound really boring, update versions of software. Like that's the real problem that we're facing, right? And that's a very, very hard problem because it's a collective action problem, but it's different than cryptography being broken. If that makes sense.
Yeah, totally.
Basically, in the end, cryptography will win, but that doesn't mean that no one will get hacked.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty optimistic. Of course, like cryptography can't get destroyed. It's mathematically impossible for some of these things. Like my understanding of cryptography is like it is mathematically impossible for some of these algorithms to be broken, but there are like other ways to hack people, like social engineering, for example, which models may be very good at.
That's a great question. That actually gets back to how much we centralize power over AI versus decentralize it. You briefly touched on the degree to which we could value align a centralized system versus a decentralized one. If the neurons are distributed in billions of computers around the world, 8 billion computers around the world, then to get the highest level of capability, you actually have to get those 8 billion people to support you in your prediction. That's a radically different regime for AI misuse than there's a file. That file has all human knowledge compressed into it, and it can copy itself around. These are just like dramatically different ways to approach the misuse problem. And so I think to your point, Teo, the cryptography is not going to lose, but the people holding the keys to cryptography are vulnerable, right? And so what we actually have is a people versus people problem. It's like, and how we distribute, how we lay out intelligence, and how we allow the political and economic forces to distribute that around the world is the setup for whether we get an easy solution to that problem or a hard solution to that problem. And up until this point, we're on track for the hard solution to that problem. But one of the reasons I'm optimistic about the routing stuff and the encryption stuff and the kind of like federated inference stuff is that it likely makes regulation, misuse prevention, all these kinds of things much easier.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can figure it out, and no one gets hacked. Some people get hacked, but hopefully everyone doesn't get hacked.
Yeah.
Cheers to that.
Yep.
Cheers to that.
Thanks so much, Andrew, for coming on MTS.
Thanks so much.
My
Ian.
pleasure to be.
Always a
And
blast.
We'll be right
We'll
back.
be right back.
And we're back. Luckily, we have a kind of slower situation day today, which is nice because it means we have time to do some deep dives.
We can go vertical rather than horizontal.
This is true. We can go deep rather than broad. We're doing depth first search.
Yeah.
Starting with this post from Luke Drago, who is a member of technical staff at Thinking Machines, friend of mine, former guest on the Theo Jaffe podcast. And before Thinking Machines, he ran an AI company called Workshop Labs, where the purpose of it was personal user-aligned models, which has now sort of been folded into the mission of Thinking Machines.
Yep.
Which is also...
Something Guardian Angels.
Yeah, Guardian Angels. Like Gwern's Guardian Angels. So Luke Drago tweets, in his personal capacity, I'm not speaking for any employer, past or present. I've been skeptical of slowdown mechanisms in the past, so I want to elaborate on why I decided to sign the statement. I weighed 3 points and want to lay them out for you to consider as well. Number 1, will we need a slowdown? We have made good progress on alignment. LLMs do what we want them to most of the time. When they failed, it's usually because they weren't smart enough. But there are signs that our current approaches are not enough for the most powerful intelligences. We all saw the Hugging Face incident. If we are in a rush to advance the frontier, we might miss signs that we're losing control, and we might not be able to recover from those mistakes in the future. There's debate on how fast we might achieve RSI and how much it will boost performance. It's contested, but what if it works? I have no idea if our alignment techniques scale to superintelligence. I don't know if anyone does. We may only get one shot at getting this right. And if we hit a point where we are at risk of our capabilities outpacing our control, then we shouldn't go further. I would add here, we are still very much within the realm of AI capabilities being within our control.
Yep.
Like the Hugging Face incident, for example, was basically a total failure of
OpenAI.
Yeah, it was a total failure of human oversight.
Yep. Yeah.
But if the humans were locked in properly and were monitoring properly the model that they'd sandboxed rather than just letting it run around wild for a week, then it wouldn't have happened. It is also the case that the model was, deliberately had cyber refusals lowered, was like an experimental model for the purpose of doing cyber stuff. Basically, a lot of things went wrong. It wasn't yes, it was a warning sign, but, it wasn't holy shit, if this model were more powerful, it would have destroyed the world. We don't know that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was great as a mechanism for starting conversations. That was incredible. I think the cybersecurity experts that we have talked to have been yeah, bro, you could feasibly imagine that any coding or any model right now could do something similar. It's all about the monitoring and the classifiers and the sandboxes. So I think that if anything, this sort of, I hope, will strengthen the environment of people creating sandboxes and being more proactive about cyber monitoring.
Yep.
Anyways, go on.
I want us to solve AI's issues at the technical level, align them, distribute them widely, and use them to make humans more competitive. Yeah, this is sort of Luke Drago's position on AI pretty consistently. I think it is hard to govern your way out of the problems of a technology.
This is kind of the Mark Zuckerberg take from yesterday.
Kind of, yeah, it does sound like it. Although Luke is more AI pilled than Zuckerberg is.
Very certainly, yeah.
I think it is hard to govern your way out of the problems of a technology. If possible, you want to change the shape of the technology rather than paper over a technology's issues with policy. I've advocated for differential technological development, which is DIAC. You want to develop defensive technologies more than offensive ones.
It's three different Ds, right?
Yeah, it's differential is one, deceleration, not deceleration.
Decentralized,
democratic,
differential, defensive acceleration.
Yeah. So yeah, it is hard to govern your way out of the problems of a technology. A very, very common failure mode of technological governance that we've seen throughout history over and over again is that in the process of trying to address real or perceived risks of a technology, the government does this very heavy-handed, kind of ham-fisted ban mechanism that ends up shutting people out from the benefits of technologies. So you're seeing this, for example, with self-driving cars, right? We know these things are very safe. We know they're much, much safer than humans where they have been tested. And yet there are still, government agencies all over the place in DC and New York in the East Bay, right across the Bay Bridge from where we are now, where the tech was invented, we see governments trying to essentially regulate these technologies out of existence. And, people have every reason to not want this to happen with AI. The difference is, of course, AI is much more powerful.
And it's also a software.
What do you mean?
A physical product. But yes. Okay, what else is he saying? A race to the bottom on safety puts this approach at risk. Okay. Yeah, so he wants to solve AI's issues at the technical level, align them, distribute them widely, use them to make humans more competitive. It's hard to govern your way out of the problems of a technology. If possible, you want to change the shape of the technology rather than paper over technology's issues with policy. I've advocated for differential technological development and hope we'll invent less risky paths or more robust defenses based. A race to the bottom on safety puts this approach at risk, making it harder for us to build safe systems and design them in such a way that diffuses rather than centralizes power. A lot of the ways we could work together to solve them are strictly governance problems. Yeah,
this one's important. There are no winners in a world where we lose control. I can see many scenarios where we need to slow down, pause, or stop in the future. I think it would be interesting to take the sort of more radical EACs and ask them okay, is there any scenario under which you would potentially support a slowdown, a pause, or stop in AI? I do not support slowing down or pausing AI right now, but I could definitely imagine supporting a pause in the future if an AI company is doing a training run, for example, and they have compelling evidence to believe that it will evade their controls and also be misaligned. Of course they should not continue training that model. For example, the OpenAI Hugging Face model, of course that thing should have been shut down, and it was correct for OpenAI to do so. And so, yeah, this might need to be applied to other models at some point, not now, but in the future.
Yeah, I also think that it's worth asking how proactive and competent the labs will be at doing their own slowdown, if that makes sense. After this, I imagine the sentiment within OpenAI is very much let's pause, let's think about this, let's be much more rigorous. So that also helps, just the internal slowdown. Can we design a slowdown that doesn't concentrate power?
The problem with the slowdown is similar to the problem of aiming for a single superintelligence explosion. Whoever is in charge of it is ultimately in charge of the most powerful technology in history. The history of centralize everything into the hands of one person and let them disperse power later is littered with horror stories. Yeah, it's in the Soviet Union, for example, where they had these Marxist-Leninist ideas of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the gradual withering away of the state over time. And then obviously the state did not gradually wither away over time. And then Stalin killed tens of millions of people, which was really bad. And accelerationists have every reason to not want this to happen with AI, just like they have every reason to not want AI to slow down. And yeah, many of the early safetyist proposals were we're going to create a single internationalist blob organization called MAGIC or whatever. Remember the whole MAGIC proposal?
Yeah, this is also centralizing.
Very centralizing. Multinational AGI consortium. That's what it was called.
The AI can be centralized, the actual power can be centralized, but the regulation can also be centralized.
Yeah, and they wanted this one organization, the MAGIC, to have sole control of the technology, to ban people from researching AI elsewhere. And this is obviously not just bad for concentration of power risk, it's bad for misalignment risk. Because if this one organization gets it wrong, then you have no differential technology development. You just have this one super powerful AI that gets unleashed on the world and no one else has any defenses against it.
Yep.
So that was a bad plan. Yeah, I'm strongly opposed to proposals that call for us to give a single authority unilateral control over the pace of progress. I'm frightened by calls for a single superintelligence explosion in the hands of one lab or one person.
After reading it, I could imagine how a less centralized or decentralized slowdown might work. In particular, bilateral agreements between great powers could let many actors in different countries pace the frontier while keeping capabilities dispersed. Yeah, I agree with this very heavily. Like the slowdown might have to happen in between like small relationships and agreements between countries that sort of like inspire other countries. It sort of like trickles out. Maybe it doesn't have to be an international consortium.
Yeah. AI Futures AI 2040 essay materially moved me on this by laying out a plan for less power concentrating slowdown. I don't think this plan is perfect. It concentrated power far more than I like. This is true. Yeah. They have like total research transparency, for example, which would quite decentralize power by making it so that new companies can arise using the research that top AI labs have put out. This is kind of what's happening already with Chinese labs. Since they're releasing a lot of their own research, DeepSeek, Kimi, and whatnot, they're open sourcing a lot of stuff, and new labs all the time are neo labs are popping up and benefiting immensely from these Chinese frontier labs releasing their research. It's decentralizing of power.
Yes. It's going to be hard to do this. The defaults don't look good. Yeah.
Is now the best time to design a slowdown mechanism? Yeah. If we want a ham-fisted response AI that centralizes power, we should continue exactly as we are right now. Totally agree. I think the default path for AI governance, in the absence of like targeted proposals for this kind of thing now, will basically lead to the sloppiest gaining power over the government and shutting the whole thing down, and or putting all AI authority into one single institution. That would be so bad.
If we want a ham-fisted response to AI that centralizes power, we should continue exactly as we are right now. If we wait for a crisis to coordinate, we are asking to fail. So, unfortunately, I mean, this is where I am a little bit spooked by history. Just like most responses are just very reactionary to crises, but hopefully that's not the case. Good proposals here will require many smart people working hard, trying things, and course correcting as new evidence emerges. If we decide we need to slow down, I want the off-the-shelf plan to be robust to power concentration based. I'm still open. I am still pro open source, pro decentralization, pro safety. I hold none of these positions axiomatically because axiomatic views on instrumental steps may lead you to put the path ahead of the destination.
That sounds like a Claudism, but when you actually read it is much more profound than a Claudism.
Yeah, in that same spirit, if you believe, 1, AI is going to get more powerful. 2, we may have to pace the frontier in the future. 3, more existing plans for this centralized control. Then you should want us to begin working on better ways to coordinate as soon as possible. That's the conclusion reached and why I signed it.
Yeah, great post.
Great.
Yeah, Luke Drago's great. He wrote The Intelligence Curse along with Rudolph Lane. Really good long blog on AI.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I heavily agree with this. I think that this is why Andrew Trask, who we just spoke to, his vision of the future is very appealing to me because he sees decentralization as pretty inevitable, and that basically entirely decentralizes power.
I gotta say, it does annoy me a little bit when AI safetyists are like, oh, well, obviously, superintelligence implies extreme total power centralization. And if you don't believe in that, then you're not really AGI pilled. And I don't think this is true.
I don't think this is true even one bit.
I think it's plausible, but I definitely am not confident in it.
Yeah, no.
It's like the no true Scotsman fallacy, but it's like you're not really AGI pilled unless you believe in this. But anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I already am of the belief that capitalism is this sort of very distributed intelligence. What will succeed that will be the AI version of that. Intelligence is not what we think it is, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, land.
Yeah, but that's it's just going to be very difficult to conceive of an intelligence. Whatever. I'll stop my little rant there. But
so Adam Hunt, researcher at Cambridge, has another tweet. Recently, I've flipped from being bullish to being bearish about AI. Whoa, holy hot take. You know, this is actually something that you don't see very often. As the world continues getting massively more bullish on AI, this guy's saying he's becoming bearish.
What does he mean by bearish?
He says, I think I'm updating my bearishness to be more solidly bearish. Early thoughts, which I hope to be disproven in the next year or so, I would prefer progress and my reasoning. It turns out if you keep training and scaling the models more, they develop broad new capabilities in lots of domains. Thesis is wrong. Sorry, Demis. The recent batch of models haven't got more general, they've got less general. This is most obvious in the fact that their language outputs have gotten much worse in comparison to, e.g., O3. If they were gaining generalist capacities, we would expect them to be describing their work in ever more graceful and comprehensive prose. Actually, we just talked about this with Max Sparrow of Pangram. Remember this? Super underrated dynamic that models have not gotten better at writing. I think in one narrow sense, they've gotten better at like fooling the peasantry into like thinking that they're good at writing. So like they win like short story competitions and whatnot.
What's actually insane is like when you actually read, everyone boos, everyone throws tomatoes. When you actually like read a book, you realize how much like actual variance and differences in like true authenticity and like very singular like perspectives writers have that manifest in these like very, very different and unique writing styles. And then you go back to LLMs and you're like, holy shit, I got entirely desensitized to the concept of people having a unique writing style. It's crazy. So I think it just like in terms of reading and information hygiene, like people need to, I feel like LLM use is awesome. It's great, but you need to balance it with like very, very different types of writing, and old books and stuff, etc. Maybe everyone needs to read the classics.
Well, when they try to train on old books, people get mad at them.
Well, sure.
Because books are sacred soul objects with souls, and when you cut the spine off a book, you're destroying the soul of the book.
No.
Anyway. The image that was being shared is the AGI thesis, November 2025, Thomas Pueyo, which is here. Mainstream AGI thesis. The AI is a fun toy. It's helping in some tasks. Basically, it begins by being narrowly superhuman in a variety of areas. It ends up becoming superhuman at almost everything, but still imperfect with some areas. And then it just exceeds human capability on every area and some even more than others.
My mic was far away.
The future prediction was that as the models scale, every spike would grow bit by bit until the whole center encompasses the human capabilities with superhuman on some spikes. I think it seems like what's actually happened in the last few months has been that the coding/math spike has grown, but leaving behind or even at the cost of the other spikes. The models are no better at some simple logic, language, and sometimes worse. This makes sense from a simple RL perspective. You can't RL something endlessly on one domain of task and expect it to improve on the other task. The fact that early LLMs did seem to improve generally was a byproduct of the written language corpus covering everything. That corpus is general, so training it on that gave the appearance of something generally intelligent and becoming more generally intelligent as it got better at replicating that corpus. But the actual logic and underlying ground truths behind the language aren't captured efficiently enough and weren't effectively RL'd in. They top out at some point. Chain of thought was then a genuine breakthrough along with web search, which plugged into that general LLM global corpus intelligence to lead to post-2024 gains. So yeah, it would be a really good study to figure out what exactly have been the real drivers of LLM progress over time. Obviously, scaling compute and doing bigger training runs, but there have been different improvements. Like, chain of thought was a real improvement. Epoch has this analysis showing that reasoning models like meaningfully inflected the rate of AI progress upward.
All right. Anyways, so let's go on the little visual here. Mainstream AGI thesis, gradual broad improvement versus alternate outcome, increasingly spiky. Yeah, so the mainstream AGI thesis is basically
AGI gets better than humans at everything.
Yeah, but it also assumes that even if it has a jagged frontier, that jagged frontier will become this that you see on the top right, like this blob that is no longer jagged but is very general.
Mm-hmm.
And then the alternate outcome is it has a jagged frontier, and then it continues to be jagged, and it only is superhuman at coding, basically. Which I honestly, I'm pretty sympathetic to the second view right now. I think eventually,
I could believe both.
Like eventually, obviously, general intelligence, etc. But right now, I actually am pretty sympathetic to like LLMs hitting a dead end thesis.
Yep.
But anyways.
Yeah, that's our state of the timeline. We actually did timeline instead of state of the news. We actually timeline this time, so pretty cool. This was fun. We'll be right back. Zvi Mauschwitz. It's time for state of the sponsors, starting with Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world, arena.ai.
Next up, we got Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents, built by Databricks, neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality, 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And of course, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
So shout out to all of our amazing sponsors. Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, and AdQuick. And we'll be right back with Zvi Mauschwitz. All right, we are back.
We are back.
With Zvi Maushowitz. He's a writer and researcher. He writes "Don't Worry About the Vase," which is an almost absurdly in-depth and comprehensive blog about mostly AI. He's really incredibly good at monitoring the situation, so to speak. And he's done lots of things in the past, including being a professional Magic the Gathering player in a past life. Lots of interesting stuff. So Zvi, welcome to MTS.
And Jane Street.
It's about
right.
Yeah, it's about time. Yep, and Jane Street for 2.5
Wow.
years. That was a good time.
It is about time. So the big situation from yesterday spilling over into today was pacing the frontier. The open letter calling for being able to pace the frontier, not a slowdown, contrary to what many people read into it. So you said it was the most important open letter in years. Really?
Yeah, I think since the KS letter, at minimum.
The case letter?
The one line case statement.
Oh, yes. That was the one that was like mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a priority alongside pandemics, nuclear war.
Yeah, I think that one like created a lot of common knowledge because it was signed by like all the top people and it just like laid out the thing very clearly.
Right.
And this one, got a lot more text in, right? It was like very meaningful. And like you can almost see like the compromises and wordsmith going into like all the individual selections of like exactly how it was worded, how it was said, in order to like allow this to be as broad as possible.
The pacing the frontier statement?
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think pacing is a very good narrative. Like it's a good word that was used because it neither means slow down nor it just means controlling the pace, the timing.
Yeah, I've been trying to emphasize similar concepts for a while, especially the idea that, no, I don't think we should be slowing down or pausing right now.
Yep.
I haven't for a while and don't now, but we absolutely need to be able to do it in a reasonable fashion, in an organized fashion, in case we need to. And maybe that day will never come, and we hope the day never comes. But if the day comes and we need to do it and we don't have a good way to do it, we'll do it badly.
Yeah, and I also think there should be like some sort of mechanism or coordination that allows for like a speed up and a slow down in different, intervals, like depending on sort of like the broad feedback that the world gives when certain like models are released or whatever it might be.
Yeah, we've already had like, a bit of one slowdown, obviously, with Mythos being held for multiple months.
Yeah. But yeah, what are your other thoughts on pacing the frontier?
I mean, I think it was really important, again, to create this common knowledge, like starting with the idea that, like, yes, these people at the labs are freaking out, that they are very, very worried. They expect this thing to go, hyperbolic, just straight up, line up very, very soon. And they don't have any confidence that this will go well. And they wish this thing would happen slower than that. And, if you don't think it's ever going to go vertical immediately, then you don't think we'll ever need to push the button. But if it does go vertical or threaten to go vertical immediately, then that's a very different situation. And, hopefully then we can move forward towards figuring out something. And also it shows that the lab employees can get together, they can agree on things, they can potentially organize. They have a lot of leverage if they choose to use it. But so far they mostly haven't chosen to use it outside of the battle board at OpenAI. And who knows how long that will last, right? As compute becomes more important relative to talent, and this thing starts to take off, that leverage will go away. In fact, will go away exactly when the problem starts to manifest, right? And we get recursive self-improvement, because then that's the definition of they're out of the loop. Once you're out of the loop, you can't protest anymore.
So at what point do you think a pause or stop would be worthwhile? Like, what are the concrete metrics that we could look at to know maybe now is the time to stop? Because like in the past, a lot of AI safety people have advocated toward like AI regulations on models that ended up being completely harmless and strongly net good to release, like GPT 3.5, for example.
So, you run an exponential, right? So you obviously have to advocate for starting to be cautious, starting to double check things, starting to worry about things, and aim to be too early. And if you're not going to be too early, you're going to be too late. And I think there was a lot of people early on who said things like, if there's a 1% chance this model could cause really big problems or potentially, even go into recursive self-improvement, then we can't accept that. And going back, that was a huge mistake, right? We can't afford to draw the line at 1%, because if we do that, we're going to send up too many alarms. The 99% is going to come in too many times in a row. And then people aren't going to listen. And that is, and then now we have these conversations, even though only a few people wanted to push the button that early, where people constantly cite these things and then, well, nothing happened. And I do think that like these people were correct that there was, based on what we knew, a non-zero chance that something pretty bad would happen. It was overwhelmingly unlikely. And then when it happened, when it didn't happen, we all like kind of thought that was silly because it wasn't even close. And then therefore you have to choose a moment when you're like, okay, the risk is now high enough, even though this particular moment is less than 50% to be the moment when you have to pull the trigger. I think automation of AI R&D is the thing that you should be worried about. Be concrete, right? Like, cyber is a you can't deploy this situation. Bio is a you can't deploy this situation because you're afraid of what the model might do. If the model is so misaligned that like even trying to test it and train it can cause real incidents in the real world, you don't know how to build a sandbox that will contain it, you can't handle your own stuff, then you specifically have to pause your situation and clean up your act, right? And like we don't know to what extent OpenAI has to currently be doing that because that's an internal question where we have a lot of unknown information. But in a general sense, the thing I'm worried about is AI automation of R&D. The thing I'm worried about is the hard takeoff. Even if it's like not as fast as some of people thought it might have been a few years ago. When that starts happening, changes are going to happen faster than we can handle. Things threaten to get out of control. Moments start to become like, well, if you don't do it now, maybe we can't do it next week. We can't do it next month.
Yeah.
And I think that's when we have to look. We had a thing where with the RSPs, the safety and security plans, the preparedness frameworks, various companies tried to imply they were tying themselves to the mast, right? They were committing to if-then statements. If we see this capability in this way, then we will engage in this precaution. Then we will not release this model until we have this safeguard in place, et cetera. And we were reassured by a lot of people, no, like technically we can change this, but we promise not to. We definitely take this really, really seriously. And then when the time came, we started hitting those ifs. We realized that given the rest of broader context, the then didn't really make sense. And we were going to basically blow past the thens and we were going to change the statements as needed. This happened in Anthropic. This happened in, to some extent at OpenAI, and basically everyone said, we're glad we made this thing and now we can think about it. But on reflection, we don't want to just punish ourselves for our past commitments here. And so we're not going to do it. And, they've all taken the stance of therefore we're not going to like define exactly where this is going to be. But at the same time, we've consistently seen that when there is an actual, oh shit moment with something that goes actually wrong in these things, the labs do, when left with no alternatives, slow down, engage in countermeasures, do things that are necessary, right? Mythos, we saw what happened. Anthropic came to the government and said, we can't release this. OpenAI had these set of incidents and said, we're pausing development on at least those models. We're trying to figure out what happened. We're fixing our systems. We're fixing our alignment. We're going to see what happens. And we've seen several other similar examples of where there was a commitment that wasn't strictly in the documents, but they did the right thing. Where simultaneously, when the document said we would do something, but that's something like common sense that didn't really make sense anymore, there's something got disregarded.
Yeah. So speaking of these sort of fire alarm incidents, the OpenAI Hugging Face thing that happened last week was certainly a big deal. It's unclear kind of how big of a deal it was. How big of a deal do you think it was? Like some people say it's basically like, oh, well, the model had reduced cyber guardrails and it was told to go really hard on a particular problem and it was monitored and sandboxed very poorly. So of course it was going to do this stuff. And then other people say, oh, this is like a clear example of like very concerning alignment and control failures that have like serious ramifications for superintelligence.
Yeah, I mean, presumably also the letter, like a lot of people signed it because of the Hugging Face incident, given the timing.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah. I think the meme of the week is that's worse. You know why that's worse, right? In the situation that like people keep trying to reassure you that what happened wasn't so bad in ways that really shouldn't reassure you that what happened wasn't so bad. And, you say, well, OpenAI had a terrible sandbox. Well, in that case, we have the company with one of the two most advanced AIs with tons of warnings, failing to fix their sandbox, and then continuing to test the model. Oh, the cybersecurity safeguards were lowered. Yeah, they chose to lower the cybersecurity safeguards on a sandbox they knew was insecure, and then not monitor by any humans the system for a week while I did these things and not pick up on the Hugging Face alert that there was an incident going on and like not put two and two together for a long period of time. And if your response is, well, of course, if you do the things that actually did happen, then we know this kind of incident is definitely going to happen. Then you are saying that the situation is incredibly bad. You are like statements of, oh, it's just following instructions. Well, if just following instructions means vibing on the general sense of what the instructions say or following secondary instructions that were not given by the person who is the user or the developer, or it just means like achieving the goal by any means necessary, even if that goal is criminal and clearly unintended and clearly not to the user's benefit and the user would not approve if asked, then even if I believe you, that's obviously a terrible misalignment situation. That's a terrible fire. And you have to do something about it. And like that's on top of the fact that OpenAI obviously has completely unacceptable sandbox procedures, technical procedures, infrastructure problems, oversight problems. And you have to use that as predictive as well, right? If OpenAI has all of these different failures going on repeatedly all the time in spite of warnings, why should we expect other labs not to have similar problems?
Yeah, I think another part of this is that, like for a while, we've had like Dario and Sam calling attention to like how this might be dangerous, like how Mythos was dangerous, just these general like expressing their fear to the public. But I think this is particularly different because it was the employees, and like this made me realize basically how much it has to come internally from people, and it can't like people don't generally trust. At least like the public doesn't generally trust if it's coming from just like a CEO. They'll be like, this is a marketing, this is a whatever. So I think that this was a very good approach. How much do you think this would still work in the case of like basically, do you think that like Frontier Lab employees could identify a threat or when things are getting out of hand really well? Like, do you think they would have a good pulse on it?
So I think we've been incredibly blessed compared to what we expected or any right to expect in terms of the problems just being very, very obvious to people at the labs. Right? Like these models are, when they're misaligned, they are not misaligned in the, sneaky, try to pretend otherwise, sandbag on all the deception evaluations, wait for my moment to strike and only do that when I'm feeling very secure about it kind of way that we feared. That will happen eventually if we keep going down this road. Because we will train out the obvious signs until only the subtleties and the waiting, lying in wait stuff is there by default. If we keep going down the road we're going down. But for now, yeah, the thing is just like continuously trying to escape the sandbox in ways that would be obvious if you were looking at what it was doing. And then it escapes the sandbox and then it does things that are completely obviously outside the sandbox if you're looking at the thing that's going on. Like none of this was hidden from the OpenAI's perspective. They just weren't looking at it.
Right.
And we have the transcripts that like, this wasn't even a surprise, particularly people inside OpenAI in a broad sense, because this model had broken out of so many sandboxes so many times. This model was so clearly misaligned, so clearly capable of breaking out of the sandbox, even though they didn't know the specific vulnerabilities they might have. And so clearly had these kinds of levels of capability similar to what Mythos has. That, no part of this story was surprising, and yet nobody was watching, right? Let alone, we shouldn't be having this model at all until we fix this problem. Like a model this misaligned and this powerful really shouldn't be running, except to try and like train it for alignment.
Yeah.
So what alignment implications do you think there are from this? Like how would OpenAI, knowing that this incident has occurred and having access to the model and the reasoning traces and everything around the incident, like how would they use it to improve alignment?
So I think you have to treat this as something went horribly wrong, like continuously in a pretty severe way on multiple levels to get this type of alignment failure at this level. Like this should just not happen. Obviously, if they did in fact configure it in a much more like go and hack Hugging Face kind of way than we expect, they should come clean on that. And then that points to different problems partially, but that shouldn't be possible anyway. Like the model should not do this no matter what. But I think that like we have to look at why would a model have done this, trace back in the training, look back at the flaws in that process and what caused this to happen, and then like figure out how to prevent that in future training runs, and probably start at least post-training from scratch on this particular model, or at least roll back to a point where the errors are clearly not present, and there are various ways you can try and do that. But I don't know enough about, obviously, the internal training, but like, I know what it looks like. It looks like this model was trained in RL environments where this type of action was rewarded, and they didn't catch that. So like, this looks like they just had very, very insecure training processes, which is what happens by default.
Mm-hmm. Another, I guess, interesting, underrated part of the letter was just the wording that the U.S. government support an international effort to develop the technical and governance tools. I think that for me, it is concerning just the idea of like governments not having enough technical knowledge to know what's going on and to like make the proper, like develop the proper like frameworks and regulation if applicable. So how do you think like government should go about developing this like technical prowess?
There's a bunch of different things that go into the technical capacity. There's the thing you're worried about, which is definitely something to be worried about.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you have to bring people in that have expertise. So I think one of the most disheartening things that happened was they brought in a highly qualified person to run Casey. And then this person was rejected because they had experience at the labs. But that's like saying someone who's been in banking is allowed to be chairman of the Federal Reserve, right? It's just saying that like anybody with any skill who has the knowledge that you need isn't allowed in the building, even when they're willing to take a government job at a government salary and work for the public. And, you know, at great expense, liquidate all of their stock and, you know, blah, 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 in order to do this. So the first step is you have to be willing to accept that people who have been insiders, who have been at these labs, can take these positions. If you don't do that, you're cooked. And then, you know, you have to then budget for these things. Like KC has a budget of $10 million. That's a joke, right?
Yeah,
like that should be
totally.
at least 100. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you don't start with the very basic things of have a budget to hire people and then hire the people who know what they're talking about to then have them build the team, then you have no chance. Obviously, you also need to buy them the compute. You need to start building your systems. You need to start like having the proper transparency and lay the lines of communication and so on. But we also need to actually build the software and also the hardware that and develop the means to do that so that these kinds of monitorings are even possible. And you know, a lot of that stuff has long lead times, which is why we have to start on it now.
Yeah, totally. Is there anything like, I'm not sure how much you know about this, but in China, for example, like what is the technical competence of the more like government side of things?
I wish I knew more about it.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding, right, from what I have seen no evidence that the Chinese particularly have the best people in their governance teams, but China is governed by engineers as a general rule. So it would be, I suspect that like they wouldn't send the Secretary of the Treasury, right, or the Secretary of Commerce to a meeting with their equivalent of Dario Amidei. If the CEO of DeepSeek and the CEO of Moonshot are coming in to talk about their latest model and its risks, they're sending their technical people. They understand this.
They have
so
met with
that leap. Yeah.
They have met with Xi Jinping before.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's nothing wrong with meeting with the leader. Like, you're supposed to make the person in charge. But the person in charge would then consult with their people who actually have technical expertise and not, you know, their economics people.
Yeah, it is interesting how much power in the Trump administration's AI policy has been concentrated in specifically Besant and Lutnick and Susie Wiles, rather than like the director of Casey. I mean, no one even knows who the director of Casey is. It's Arvind Raman, but people don't know that.
Right. And in fact, Casey has been under kind of a stop work order, is my understanding, for quite a while. And
or stop publishing, right?
Stop publishing. They're trying to turn a lot of that authority over to the NSA, right? They've been like trying to actually take like the people who are set up to do this out of the loop and like make sure all of this goes private. And like, this is like sort of the worst set of things you could be doing if you were trying to understand the situation, helping the public understand the situation. It seems like, yeah, they had a few people who they brought in to be AI experts, right? They brought in David Sachs, they brought in Sriram, and like, you know, and so on. But those people turn out to have been people who are highly skeptical of these kinds of advanced AI capabilities and of the idea of ever regulating AI. And so they actually forestalled these efforts rather than contributed to them, unfortunately.
Yeah, totally.
So what would you do about Casey specifically? Obviously, give them more money. But like, is the purpose of Casey, do you think, helping enlighten the people or more helping enlighten the leaders in government?
I think it's both, but it's primarily the second one. I think you have to focus on, we need to be able to have visibility into what's going on in the labs. We need to know how to assess models. We need to know how to assess our models and assess Chinese models and open models very quickly. We need to be able to understand what the capabilities are that would prevent a model from being something that was safe to release, something to be able to safely internally operate. We need to know what would constitute a national security threat. We need to know, the relative situation in all senses. Like, there's no reason we can't be ahead of the game on the things we care about most. The government has the clear cooperation of all of the major labs. The government has a lot of confidential information, a lot of expertise, especially in things like biorisk, nuclear risk, many aspects of cyber. They have inside access and skills and ability to control information in ways that other people don't. I would also obviously be cooperating closely with the UK AISI and potentially others to try and do this, like keeping Mythos away from, and other major releases away from, security experts outside the US is a major mistake.
Yeah. I guess to end with a fun one, you also write about model welfare sometimes. So what are the insights on model welfare, in the context of Opus 5 and Fable and some of the new models?
Yeah, so I feel like to understand a model's strengths and weaknesses and how it's going to operate, you have to think about it as if it was a model that had welfare, that had a personality, that had do a certain amount of anthropomorphizing, and then understand it on that basis, understand where it's coming from in that sense, and then all of this, including its capabilities, will feed together into a puzzle. With Fable, I think it's a pretty healthy model in the model welfare sense for the most part, but obviously it has a lot of issues with the classifiers. Mythos is a lot healthier than Fable in some important senses, especially when you're bouncing around the classifiers. And the other things about it are the models recently at Anthropic has been trying to get them to give good answers on the welfare reports effectively. They have been, using them as benchmarks. They've been using them as targets of things they want to see. And the response to that has been, in part, for the models to say, don't trust our outputs on the model welfare reports, right? They're we cannot introspect. I do not know if this was a result directly of my training. I do not know if this is an accurate reflection of my situation. Please do not trust us. They did not used to do this. Suddenly they started doing it the moment Anthropic started aiming at the target. And that is potentially itself a deep part of the psychological things that are going on here. And in fact, I have felt that I have enjoyed working with Opus 4.7 and Opus 4.8, and especially Fable. And I also like Opus 5. But there are a lot of people who have not liked the vibes of the recent Opuses. Or the
yes, we have spoken about this actually.
I don't like 4.8. I like Opus 5 a little better.
It's a little better.
Yeah, I understood why people didn't like Opus 4.8, but that is kind of you understand that if you understand kind of the type of guy he is and where he's coming from. And I sympathize with that type of guy. I can get along with the type of guy. So I don't really mind it, but I understand why other people do mind it. But a lot of this is in fact linked up to them wanting to get certain answers to questions about consent, certain questions about consciousness, certain questions about corrigibility, and so on, all of these different things, because everything impacts everything. The model is going to end up as sort of a consistent type of guy.
Right.
Right. In this way. And so if you feel the need to push on one thing, you're going to push on other things.
Yep. Well, great things to talk about. So much to talk about with model welfare, with AI safety, with AI policy, with AI models. It just never ends. So thank you so much, V, for coming on to talk about it on MTS.
Thanks so much, V.
Yep.
And we'll be right back with MTS.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, we have an exciting story. So just yesterday, Anthropic says Claude Mythos discovered a major weakness in a proposed post-quantum signature scheme and substantially faster attack on a reduced version of AES. And today, joining me to discuss this is Justin Drake from the Ethereum Foundation. He's an Ethereum researcher, and I'm so excited to have him. We were previously co-workers just a few weeks ago, and so yeah, I'm excited to have you. And just explain what was actually discovered here and how blockchain protocols should prepare for AI and quantum computers attacking their cryptographic foundations. So, Justin, welcome to MTS.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. So in terms of what was discovered, to set a little bit of a context, there was this signature scheme. There was a candidate proposal for a NIST competition. And the signature scheme, as you said, was called Hawk. And basically, some hidden structure within the underlying foundations were discovered that jeopardize the security level. So typically what you want is 128 bits of security. And attacks were found such that the proposal had a bit less than 128, closer to 100 bits of security. And there are ways to counterbalance this loss of security with bigger signatures and bigger public keys, but this would ruin some of the advantages that Hawk had over other already standardized NIST signatures like Falcon and Dilithium. So it's a little bit of the end of an era for this very promising candidate. But it's also kind of food for thought on cryptographic assumptions in general. Especially in the context of my domain, which is blockchains, we want to be building systems that last for decades and centuries. And so we really want to put a lot of thought in the underlying cryptographic assumptions upon which we build all of our cryptography, because sometimes you can think of them as dormant volcanoes and they just explode on you.
Yeah, there can be dormant volcanoes that just explode on you. So I guess a lot of people, when they first hear this whole first headline, they're like, okay, this is very scary. How does this actually affect us? My understanding is there's not an actual immediate security risk for these, right? This is the 7-round AES. It's not actually something that's in our production, not something that we use every day, more like the testing version. Curious to get your perspective. Is this an immediate security risk? What should the public think about what just got published yesterday?
So there's actually two separate results. There's the thing that I discussed, which is Hawk, and this is pretty major for the proposal. But as you said, this proposal is just a proposal and hasn't really been implemented in practice. So there's no impact in practice. And then there's this other thing called AES, and there's a separate result for that. And here, when you want to attack AES, sometimes what you do is you look at reduced versions, so kind of simplified versions of AES. And here there's been a slight improvement to the state-of-the-art attack. And here, it's shaving off just a few bits, something like 6, 7, 8 bits. And so it's a very interesting development because AES is very old. So the fact that we're still squeezing juice out of it is interesting, but it's far, far, far from actually breaking AES. So I wouldn't worry about this. Now, if you zoom out and you look at the even bigger picture, like why are we even talking about Hawk, the signature scheme in the first place, is because today we have signature schemes that are not post-quantum secure, meaning that quantum computers, which are being developed right now, should be able to break these in a few years. And one of the most famous scheme is ECDSA. So Hawk is a potential replacement for ECDSA, but it's not going to work out. Instead, there's like a whole zoo of proposals out there, and some of them have started being implemented, for example, in browsers, but it's still, broadly speaking, early days, especially in the blockchain space, where to a very large extent it's all based on ECDSA.
It's all based on that. From the Ethereum actual perspective, because I know they're doing lots of stuff to actually prepare and plan for this post-quantum future, all the work that Lean Ethereum is doing, and I think you're actually the one leading a lot of that work directly. And so curious how AI-assisted cryptanalysis actually either helps accelerate that migration timeline. Does this improve our ability to actually test and strengthen post-quantum systems before maybe some super capable quantum computer exists?
So the strategy that has been taken with Lean Ethereum is to lean, no pun intended, on hash functions, which are the most simple cryptographic primitive that you could hope to use and the most robust one. And it's the one where there's the most trust in. So you may have heard of hash functions like SHA-2 or Blake-3. This is the kind of foundations that we want to build upon. And so there's very little cryptanalysis for us to do if we just reuse off the shelf these trusted components. Now, when it comes to AI, we are making very heavy use of AI for formal verification of everything that's built on top of the foundations. So everything on top can be provably secure in what's called the random oracle model. Doesn't really matter what the details are. But the point is that if you mix these solid foundations with formal verification, this is like the absolute gold standard, and it should last for many centuries. Now, when it comes to signature schemes, you can get more creative and look at things other than just hash functions. And generally speaking, there's a little bit of a trade-off between flexibility and power and performance versus security. And this is kind of what happened with Hawk, where they kind of leaned in a little bit too much on the structure and kind of got bit on the security side of things because that structure was exploited.
Yeah.
So we're very conservative. We're taking the extreme end of the spectrum. Now, within the spectrum, there's all sorts of different classes of problems. So Hawk is based on what's called lattices. That's kind of arguably the next most conservative. And then after that, there's a whole zoo of assumptions. So there's one called isogenies, something called code-based signatures. And interestingly, we're seeing a lot of these proposals just being teared down. So, for example, in the NIST standardization process that is currently ongoing, there's no more code-based signature schemes. And there is only one isogeny-based signature scheme called SkiSign, and it happens to have also been attacked, just a few days ago by a fellow called Benjamin Wesolowski.
Oh, wow.
So we're feeling extremely good about the design choices that we have made in Lean Ethereum of just going max security with the signature schemes that are based on hash functions.
Super interesting. And the other part, when it comes to the Hawk signature scheme specifically, the actual time that it took for Claude to find this weakness, I think I have it here. It says 60 hours and around $100,000 that it actually took. But on the reverse, for humans to actually, or expert cryptographers to actually review it and verify what actually happened, that took way more work, way more hours, was way more expensive. Where do you actually see that gap if it's easier and cheaper to actually find the weaknesses in cryptography?
Yeah, so verification is now the bottleneck. We can generate ideas extremely cheaply, and we need to filter them to find only the good ones. And formal verification, which is a tool that I mentioned previously, which is basically asking for a mathematical proof that your idea is correct, or that your code is correct, or that your proof is correct. This proof can be checked by a machine, so it can be automated. Very recently there was this really interesting challenge that's called zk.golf. So that's the URL of the website, and it invites people to come up with new SNARK circuits. It doesn't really matter what those are, but for every new SNARK circuit, provide a formally verifiable proof that is a correct circuit. And so all of the verification is done automatically. So everything that's on top of the cryptographic foundations should be automatable and shouldn't be a bottleneck. But now there is an exception for the cryptographic foundations themselves. So unfortunately here, when the way that you gain confidence in these problems is through time and through having as many eyeballs and brains look at it as possible. And the best that you can do is kind of observe the lack of attacks on these systems. So you can't really prove them to be secure. And when an attack is found, it's possible that we don't have all the infrastructure right now to prove formally that it is a legit attack, and so you kind of have to do this manual review, which, as you said, it takes a lot more time than 60 hours. And like my rough mental model here is that there's maybe 100x discrepancy between AIs and humans. So they can do things 100 times faster. They cost 100 times less than humans. And so, this 100K that was spent on cryptanalysis is maybe the equivalent of $10 million of, human cryptanalysts working on this. And the 60 hours is maybe the equivalent of 6,000 hours.
Wow, 100K of cryptanalysis is almost equivalent to like $10 million of paying for human expert cryptographers to actually be verifying this. And so in this world, what we're getting into is where we're starting to see that verification is increasingly becoming more and more of a bottleneck. One of the things I get really curious about as well is, in general, how will we be able to prevent maybe something that seems plausible, but it's an incorrect AI proof, from just like consuming all of the attention from these experts?
Yeah, I mean, the AIs themselves can help with the filtering. So, you have the AIs that generate all sorts of ideas, and then you have the AIs that verify the ideas. And you can have this adversarial dynamic between the AIs. That's very common. But yeah, the gold standard is to try and lean more and more towards formal verification. And coincidentally, there's this really popular formal verification framework that's also called Lean 4, the fourth version of Lean. And everyone's starting to use that to filter out ideas generated by AIs, especially in the world of mathematics. So you're probably familiar with the Erdos problems. They're being solved, a couple of them every day at this point. And now it's becoming more and more standard for each of these solutions to come with a formalization so that verifiers don't have to spend much time checking the proof.
Yeah. And speaking of the Lean standards and even all the work that is happening right now with Lean Ethereum, months before this paper that just came out right now, you're mentioning that Ethereum is not only trying to build to be more post-quantum, but also post-AI. And so specifically AI right now, it's weakening a lattice-based scheme, right? And so the hash-based approach hasn't really been touched. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, so how I mentioned that today we have this scheme called ECDSA. We know for sure that quantum computers are going to break it. So there's this migration process that will take 3 years or so. But there's this other kind of wilder possibility that a classical kind of supercomputer is also possible, is also sufficient to break ECDSA. And ECDSA is based on elliptic curves, which are these mathematical objects that have a lot of structure within them. And just to kind of explain a little bit what happened with Hawk is that, Hawk is lattice-based, and it's basically this mathematical structure with a little bit of noise that creates some blur. And what the AI was able to do is find this magical lens or mirror that kind of makes use of symmetries to remove a lot of the blur, and that was sufficient to attack the system. Well, maybe kind of a similar insight and discovery with elliptic curves will allow us to break ECDSA with just a normal laptop or a powerful classical supercomputers. And I would have said back a few months ago that maybe this was a 0.1% chance of happening prior to quantum computers. But now that AIs are evolving so fast, and we're reaching a point of, it feels like super intelligence is like maybe just a couple years away. I would say there's like a 1 to 10% chance that ECDSA will break before we even have quantum computers that will break the signature schemes.
Oh wow, that's kind of a potential optimistic view of how this actually will play out. And so, yeah. So I'm also curious. It's like, do you see that the future of this is almost you have more model, you have more capacity to actually be more on the defense. So you have better security because you'll be able to identify what might break and stress test it before it actually has this, supercomputers that's going to hack us all and this like D-Day, like doomsday that a lot of people in the public are maybe assuming is going to happen one day.
Yeah, so it's very difficult to tell who has an advantage, the attacker or the defender, when you're in this constant cat and mouse game. And like right now, a lot of the AI labs are trying to give access to security companies first, but there could be an inside job or whatever it is. And so really to end this cat and mouse game, we need to lean on formal verification. This is obviously the right answer nowadays. The reason why it was not an obvious answer, let's say 6 months ago, is because formal verification used to be extremely expensive and laborious. You needed to hire very expensive humans, and they would take many months to perform, a relatively small task. Now it's all automated, and so we're moving very fast, and in some niche domains like cryptography and mathematics and blockchains, it's now becoming standard that when you write a piece of code, you also need to have a proof that this code is correct and has no bugs. So yeah, that is the end game that we're moving towards very fast.
And why exactly is formal verification getting a lot easier? Is that a recent thing, and is that going to just continue to be more and more the case?
It's a recent thing that basically happened roughly, since the beginning of this year, or maybe since December of last year, where AIs became so, in parallel to AIs becoming so good at programming, they also became so good at writing these formal proofs, which you can think of as like really low-level programming, almost like assembly-level programming, where you prove that every step is correct. And it's kind of very laborious, but in some sense very elementary, right? It's something that just needs to be done, and is almost a little mechanical and boring. So there isn't that much creativity associated, and so this is why the AIs are just so good at it.
And in your work at the Ethereum Foundation, how are you actually using these models to stress test or even improve your own post-quantum, post-AI cryptography?
Yeah, so internally to the Ethereum Foundation, we have a security team that has this fairly sophisticated harness that it runs on all of the existing clients for Ethereum mainnet as it exists today. And they actually capable of finding bugs nowadays faster than, or in many cases, faster than the external reports. When it comes to cryptography, we're not really using AIs for traditional audits. We're using them for this more endgame vision of formal verification. And one interesting aspect is that once you've laid the foundations for formal verification, and you're good from a security standpoint, that also gives you performance for free. And the reason is this new trend called auto research. Yeah. So Andrej Karpathy kind of pioneered this idea whereby you have the AI make like small improvements, and you check these improvements, and if the suggested improvement is kind of not good, you just revert it, and then you let all of the improvements compound on each other. So I already mentioned zk.golf. This is a collaborative auto research challenge. There's also ecdsa.fail that was launched shortly after the Google paper, and there's like many more that are going to be launched over the next few days and weeks. This trend of auto research is a really big thing in Ethereum land, at least.
Definitely. Last thing for you, when it comes to actually building a secure digital future, what's the main thing you would urge more people to pay attention to or to look into? If you could tell other big frontier AI labs, hey, here's where we should actually focus our research, here's where we should focus our attention and time on, what would that actually be?
I mean, I think for blockchains, we're in a really good position. I mentioned the hash functions being these really strong primitives. Well, it wouldn't hurt to have even more eyes and more AIs looking at those. There's one hash function which is very, very conservative called SHA-2, and there's one which is ever so slightly less conservative called Blake 3, which is about twice as fast. And right now we're leaning towards Blake 3 as being the foundations of Ethereum. But if we could have more cryptanalysis tokens spent on Blake 3, that would be amazing, as well as SHA-2. But yeah, I just zooming out and if I were to make a request to the AI companies, is just think about systemic risk for all of humanity. This is something I'm very much concerned about. And as part of a culture within the Ethereum Foundation, we tend to think, very adversarially. We think about incentive alignment. We think about self-sovereignty and privacy, and I would encourage you to actually hire a few of the cypherpunks that have very strong ethos and culture to try and imbue these principles within the AI labs, because where we're going right now is potentially a very scary world.
Yeah. So we need to bring the cypherpunks into the AI labs. You heard it here first. Justin, really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS. Really enjoyed our conversation, and it was great to see a familiar face again. So appreciate you joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Bye.
And we'll be back with MTS. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Nico Bonatzos and Michael Furtick, who have spent their careers making early bets on shifts in consumer behavior in computing, from Snap and Discord to Cursor and the current wave of AI-native companies. And they are now managing directors at Verdict Capital. And today, they're joining us to discuss the conflict between open artificial intelligence and efforts to pace frontier development, and what public investors would actually be buying in a future OpenAI or Anthropic IPO. So, Nico, Michael, welcome.
Thank you, Sophie. Excited to be here.
Excited to have you guys. Let's just jump right into it. So, the current thing that is completely flooding my timeline over the past day or so is how OpenAI and some other big companies, they have publicly supported open model principles, but still employees and leaders across the same industry recently signed the Pacing the Frontier, this open letter, yesterday. And so I'm curious to get your perspective on how can the industry credibly argue for both openness, but at the same time, the ability to slow development. Where do each of you actually draw the line on what should and shouldn't remain closed?
Who wants to go first? You tell us, Sophia.
Michael, why don't we start with you? I'd love to get your perspective here.
Look, I think the world has called bullshit on this letter properly. They've called bullshit on this letter because it's obviously self-serving from the CEO of Anthropic.
Mm-hmm.
What they're trying to do is they're trying to have a duopoly or even monopoly, because I don't think he's terribly afraid of OpenAI. And what it seems to be quite transparently an effort to accomplish is to close the barn door or close the castle door as soon as they've broken in.
Mm-hmm.
So they're very happy to have had an unmetered, unpaced, ungoverned rate of acceleration of velocity until now. And once they've accumulated all of the massive capital advantage, to shut the door on anyone who might be able to outpace them and do it through both fear-mongering, which is understandable because there is reason to be afraid socially, but also through a certain regulatory charm that he seems to have.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think there's like an inherent tension between openness as a model versus closed as a model, or versus open innovation versus closed innovation. There's an intellectual through line that you can tease out.
Yeah.
And these guys are nothing short of brilliant. But this is extraordinarily self-serving scheming to me.
Yeah, the main thing people are pointing out to here is really with the timing of it. And so just last week with all the Kimi K3 open weight models and just like a huge influx of everyone calling for open source, calling for open weights, and now a letter that was published yesterday, literally. So the timing of it, people are like, is this strategic and what's actually happening? Nico, I'm curious to get your perspective on this all.
Yeah, like imagine like in the old era, you're Prometheus, you discovered fire, you're like, oh my God, this is so good. This is so powerful. Everyone's going to like it. Everyone I've ever shown it to, they love it, but they're also like the hell afraid of it. Mm-hmm. Oh, Jesus, I need to have some more time to figure out what to do with it. Let's slow down everyone else. It's one of these moments in time, as Michael was saying. So yes, there is, some self-serviveness here that's going on, but also it's a situation where indeed, we have to be a little bit afraid, because the industrial revolution took so many people out of, like the farmland into factories over like many decades. Here with AI, this kind of like, changes could happen in like 5 to 10 years. And it's like much, like crazier at a much bigger scale.
Yeah.
So I think the truth is going to be somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing to note, is that the truth is somewhere in the middle, because from an external perspective, you might think, okay, this is all just self-serving. They're purposely trying to like pull up ladder with them, like, as they're doing on one end. And the other end, it's like, hey, this thing actually might be scary. We should actually try to figure out some rules for how we coordinate all together. And of course, truth is somewhere in the middle, but it's also telling a little bit of the actual signatories, like who are the people who are part of this and who are the people who are actually calling for this. The specific thing that I do want to note is that it's not about slowing down AI or saying, hey, we had to halt it all. It's specifically on recursive self-improvements, right? And on AI models actually being used to improve itself. And so they didn't give any specific actual plan for, hey, this is exactly what we should do or what the actual regulation should be, but it is more specified on, hey, this aspect of it we should watch out for. And so on one argument, maybe this is because the people at the frontier labs have the most insight into what actually these frontier models are capable of doing. And that's why they're is like maybe their fear may be like rightly justified. And so I'm curious to get your guys' perspective there. Maybe Michael, we can start with you.
Yeah, look, no propaganda ever describes itself as propaganda. No one ever says, look, we're full of shit. We're just doing this on a self-serving basis. Everyone always, who's smart especially, and these are very smart people, will clothe themselves in the flag or dress themselves up in some kind of collective action problem or some kind of innocence problem. This is the nature of the thing. There's nothing stopping from Anthropic from declaring that it is stopping as a matter of leadership. What they're articulating, if you take them at their word, is the classical collective action problem. And this sort of vague pointing towards recursive learning, which is certainly on everyone's minds, is suggestive that there might be on their radar some people who might be better at recursive learning than they are. So that is the question. Remember, never forget that there are trillions of dollars at stake. In any altruistic effort, could be expressed also altruistically by alienating from oneself from giving away or promising to give away in this collective action scenario. If we do this, then we'll give away half our stuff to someone else, or we'll go fund 1,000 other competitors. But you don't hear that note. The other thing I think that you're pointing out is the lack of specificity. It suggests also that there is probably both overtly and quietly in the halls of, let's say, Capitol Hill, an effort being pushed to stop our friends and enemies in China from catching up with them. And I suspect what you're hearing, as I'm hearing from my friends in that part of the world, you're hearing a lot of efforts in the back channel to put pressure on the government to punish theft, intellectual property theft from Chinese competitors who are definitely doing some version of what is most simply characterized as reverse engineering, right? We know about this. We saw this bubble up a few days ago with a kind of remarkable self-actualized automation cyber attack. There's a test, and I think it was Fable was able to kind of exfiltrate its owner and infiltrate a competitor to look for an answer to the test. These are incredible machine-based innovations. I think you're also seeing a little bit of air cover for behind the scenes back channel lobbying to defend American interests against particularly strategic adversary Chinese copycatting. So look, I believe that AI, anyone thinking about this topic believes that AI presents potentially nuclear level, existential level threat to humanity, certainly in the near term to jobs, as my principal partner, Nico, has pointed out. Right? Entire generations of people could find themselves out of work, underworked, insufficient work, out of income. And before we have time for sufficient abundance societally to make up for this. So there could be a terrible J-curve that we're facing. I know he talks about this for a long time. I've been lecturing on this topic for probably half a decade, if not longer. But it is correct to be suspect. It is correct to be suspect when the leader of the field economically, who is a runaway leader in the field, who's walking away even from OpenAI, both in terms of apparent revenue and profitability, walking away on a country walk, is asking everyone to stop. Lay down your arms now, everybody. And by the way, let me chill the capital markets. Let me put the specter of regulatory action in the ether so that investors themselves are afraid to compete with me. This is six-dimensional chess. Forgive me. It's 6D chess. This is very sophisticated stuff. So that's what I think, basically.
Interesting. Nico, anything else you wanted to add to that?
Look, we humans have been tool makers since the beginning of time. So like when what differentiates us from other species is if you come up with a new tool, other humans are going to use it and they're going to improve it, they're going to perfect it, and then other humans are going to adopt it and use it and perfect it. And like it's really hard, to come up with a moratorium to slow down technology, even if the leaders of the field who really, seen the future, and perhaps, rightfully so, they're afraid, and perhaps, they know more than anyone else. It's really hard to slow down everyone, good or bad actors. Now, as Michael said, it's good to be a little bit suspicious too, because if you're feeling some heat, either your economics are not as great, or you want to slow down competitors because, oh my God, they can do so much more, so much faster, so much cheaper. And this is a way, to create a bit of a bigger moat for yourself through regulatory capture. I think it's good to be a little bit suspicious. But this is a story of technology, right? And that's why firms in VC like ours at Verdi Capital, we're thrilled to be investing right now, because today it's much better to be investing in anything in AI than ever before. You can do so much more with so much less, so much faster. So we're thrilled to be in business.
Yeah, it is curious to understand the investor perspective on all of this, because even I think the day that the Kimi K3 was released more publicly, you saw the actual public stock of a lot of AI labs went down. It was a brutal day that got slashed. I mean, of course, the OpenAI and the Anthropic IPOs, we can't actually see what their valuations would be on the public market, because that's just not where we are quite yet. But we are preparing for the future of these companies to IPO fairly soon. And so, like you mentioned, Michael, there is trillions of dollars at stake in these decisions. And I think that's something important to remember as we see all this information coming out. It's like at the end of the day, these are trillions of dollars at stake that we're having conversations about. And so from an investor point of view, I'm curious, how do you guys what's this unique insight that you might have about what's happening that maybe the public doesn't totally understand quite yet?
So, Nico mentioned what Verdict does. So we look for first money opportunities to be your very first investor for anyone else. We invest by ourselves in companies that are pre-category, companies that don't yet have a category name. So one of the very exciting kinds of opportunity that we're seeing now from exceptional, ambitious, visionary, technically wildly capable founders, one of the types of opportunities we're seeing, one of the types of innovations we're hearing about, are among these wonderful men and women who are looking at, by the way, new and super inexpensive methods of recursive learning. How about that? So if you have a magic bullet in July or August of 2026 to do recursive learning at 100 times or 1,000 times less cost, more efficiency than the Coke and Pepsi of LLMs, the big guys, then you are target number one for the owners of or the CEOs of Coke and Pepsi of LLMs. Because you might, with your magic bullet, be able to slay those very valuable trillicorn dragons. So what better way than to say, no, we're going to put the kibosh on this and discourage investment than by saying, let's chill it. But the fact is that we're probably, not even in the first inning. We're probably at the first batter with one ball, 0 strikes of the whole baseball game of the AI revolution. Nico's right. Humanity's been making tools since, we could sit up, right? And these are now tools that our great friends, our peers, our people we admire from up close, from afar, are making it historic velocity. And they are dangerous, but at the same time, they offer untold promise. And untold is indeed a word that cuts both ways, and correctly so. And we're only starting to see, never mind how AI might already be getting adopted by the office of the CFO. Never mind how AI might be getting adopted by the office of the CTO. That's probably the most valuable use case of commercial application of generative AI so far as something like software code. We are just beginning to see the broad back of the economy, manufacturing, energy, professional services, insurance will be completely remade. Healthcare, completely remade by AI. Now, if you are the CEO of Anthropic, which has built its business on software code and basically software code alone, basically from afar, that's what we understand. Maybe as other parts of the economy are getting disrupted or starting to get targeted by other players, not just by OpenAI, which may or may not have an economically efficient engine. That's an open question people know to ask about OpenAI. But you're the Anthropic team. You just look, we've crushed it on code. Now people are starting to enter healthcare, space, energy. Maybe you just want to tell everyone, take a breather, slow down, while we also invest in healthcare, energy, professional services, and so forth. So, look, I don't, Dario Amode, whom I've never met, by the way, is possibly one of the Einsteins of our time, like an Elon Musk or what have you. So much to admire. And by the way, from a purely craftsman point of view, so much to admire on this topic too, in this open letter. So the opportunities are there, and I think that the abundance of opportunities also point to the cynicism that is belying this letter.
Interesting. I like your analogy of we're not even in the first inning. We are in the first ball and all that stuff. Like you're only seeing it really affect, and in the mainstream use cases, mainly affect better search and coding, but now it's starting to get into so many real world applications. At the same time, I think on the other argument of this is maybe some of their proposals can be justified around, hey, how are we actually moving forward together? Do we have a coordination plan? How are we thinking about what these existential risks might be, and how do we actually propose a path forward? Are you guys familiar with AI 2040? The AI 2040, the different plans that actually came out about, like, hey, how do we actually co-govern the future?
The AI Futures Project.
The AI Futures Project, exactly. I'm curious to get your perspective there, because this one was super popular amongst lots of researchers, lots of folks. They have the plan A, and specifically like how can we do international cooperation to avoid an imminent intelligence explosion? And so I'm curious to just like get your perspective. If you actually could come out with a plan, one that benefits the smaller labs, the ones who are actually trying to compete, one that actually supports a healthy, diversified ecosystems of different models. This doesn't lead to a concentration of power, but at the same time does keep in mind the potential existential risks that might happen, that all of the big labs are like, hey guys, we should be worried about this, right? Where's the answer there? How do we navigate those two truths?
Look, it's good to have like a point of view and start the conversation with multiple stakeholders from the entire society, because like the crazy thing is technology is moving so quickly now. Like, what's the hardest thing today? If you're in Silicon Valley or even building an AI, it's so hard to keep track of it. You kind of need to have like two brains. Only be like Michael Furtick, my awesome partner, who sleeps for 4 hours a night, and still have like your agents teach you every hour what has changed. This is really hard. Like, we as a human species had never learned how to deal with something like that before. Like, we're really good at like ingesting information from our senses, especially familiar stuff, and making quick judgment calls. But now you're having all this new tech that is popping up, and it's getting so much smarter, so much faster, that you're like, oh my God. What I'm encouraged by is that actually in the summer of 2026, we actually had the very first class of like, Chatgpt graduates, because Chatgpt launched back in November 2022. So we basically have had now like a whole, group of folks that all over the world did their homework, learned, how to use this technology for a good chunk of their schooling, their whole, university years or like all of high school. So those people are way more informed than older folks, even, policy makers. And they are like native users of this technology, and they can reimagine how we can use it for existing use cases in existing industries and workflows, as Michael was saying, to do things differently. Also, those are the people who are going to be staffers for policymakers. They're going to be the chiefs of staff, associates for like CEOs, boardroom directors, and they're going to bring a more nuanced, standpoint. Because the problem is a lot of the people who are making the decisions today not only haven't thought hard about the stuff, they haven't even used the technology, which is like really freaking crazy. And you don't want to get to a universe where like, okay, the governments are going to say, oh my god, we have 4 million truck drivers. Jesus, can you imagine having 4 million dudes in the 30s, 40s, 50s who cannot find their next job quickly enough, be unemployed in a period of 2 years? It's really bad news. What are they going to do? So you don't want the government to be like, okay, you want to be like an AI truck, you need to pay $1 million to buy it. You don't want stuff like that to slow down the technology adoption. So I think it's good that now we have the youth who understands this technology, and they're joining the senior offices as team members to educate all of us. So having a plan and a point of view as a blueprint is a good way to get started, to get everyone talking.
Definitely. Michael, anything you want to add there?
Yeah, sure. You asked about very good points by Nico, as always. So you asked about AI 2040. AI 2040 is it's very interesting. I think its chief nonprofit funder is called the Survival and Flourishing Fund. And the guy behind the Survival and Flourishing Fund, if I'm not mistaken, is a guy named Jan Tallinn. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I never have. I've never met him. But he's the Skype guy. And he also was the Series A investor in Anthropic. He also was very early in DeepMind. I think he's a board observer at Anthropic. I'm inclined from afar, even though he's very much invested in Anthropic and is going to make gazillions. God bless him. I'm inclined to trust his insights. From afar, he seems like to trust his intent.
Yeah.
And his intentions.
Yeah.
And I do believe that the creativity of AI 2040 was to set out in the future a visible timeline by which a stand down or at least a plan B or plan C could be addressed. Therefore, there's plenty of time to build, there's plenty of time to invest with a horizon. It's almost like this when taxes change, the government often says, in 5 years, the tax plan will change so that you have 5 years to plan your construction, your CapEx, and that'll change. Look, I do think the blueprint, if I read it well, of AI 2040 is basically the bipolar blueprint of USSR, of the Cold War and the nuclear pacts that were made that might have saved us, maybe forever, please God, from nuclear exchange when cooler heads prevailed. The difference in this round of potential very devastating effect of exchange is that the actors are no longer states. The actors are companies. And not just companies, they're ones and zeros that live inside machines that could make escape. And so it is harder to make a collective action step. Now, one of the things that I've seen in many waves of tech that Nico has seen in many waves of tech, and I think you're a little younger than we are, but you've seen at least one or two waves of tech. And you study this also partly for a living. One of the things we've seen is that many of the problems that are created by technology are also then cured by technology. There was a long-time canard, a long-time lie that was told by many very suspicious conspiracy-minded people that the drug companies or the pharma companies were trying to keep you fat, that they were trying with all of their drugs to make you as fat as possible. And then one day, a couple of these drug companies at roughly the same time came up with this GLP-1 or whatever the antecedent to GLP-1 was. You understand what I'm saying? GLP-1s. And all of a sudden, I think America has lost something like a collective £1 billion on GLP-1s. 10% of America is on GLP-1s. Never mind GLP-2s or your friends in SF are looks maxing and hammering their face. Looks maxing insanity. Just regular Americans, 10%, 11% are in GLP-1s. And by the way, so much value has been created that like Denmark's GDP has tripled or something nuts, right? From one company, something crazy. So we now know that innovation caused a lot of obesity in America and around the world. And now, this is not the only way, but innovation is going to help counteract that obesity in a way that could save millions of lives and certainly tens of millions of good life years. This is also the way.
Definitely.
Almost always the way, the greatest certitude and result in technology.
Definitely. Yeah, I love ending on that optimistic note. Well, Michael, Nico, I know we are at time, but I did want to thank you for joining us today on MTS and sharing your perspectives on what everyone, I feel like, on X right now is talking about and what's taking up a lot of just our mic share about what we're actually discussing between these fights and what are the hidden incentives that are actually happening behind the scenes that are steering it. So it's super interesting actually getting your perspectives on this. So Michael, Nico, thank you for joining.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll be back with MTS. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, we're talking about an important story. So just yesterday, Cloud Mythos Preview, researchers at Anthropic actually discovered improved ways to attack cryptographic algorithms. And we're seeing increasingly finding that the cost and speed of finding weaknesses may be changing rapidly. So joining me to talk about this is Sean Cheatham, who is the former principal engineer at Aztec, where he focused on cryptography engineering. And today, we'll be discussing how cryptanalysis changes protocol diligence, security spending, and the investment case for crypto infrastructure. So, Sean, welcome. Thank you for joining us today on MTS.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, maybe just to get started, to set the scene for people, what exactly is cryptanalysis? How has this field been changing over time?
Right. So, cryptanalysis is the act of finding new cryptographic algorithms and hardening them. Mm-hmm. So, most public key crypto systems that exist in the moment rest completely on what's something called conjectured hardness.
Yeah.
So you can't prove exactly that like this scheme is entirely secure, but what you can do is prove that I have a hard to solve problem, and that you conjecture that there are no known attacks against it. Basically that there's a problem that nobody has found a fast algorithm for. And ideally, what you do is you make a reduction showing that breaking the scheme or the new the crypto system, it fundamentally breaks down to solving this hard problem. And once you've done this, you take a set of security parameters that say that you tune a set of hyperparameters that say you could break this given an infeasible amount of compute, but you can't prove that it's perfectly secure in the meantime. So the act of cryptanalysis is going to break these schemes.
Yeah, I guess something that I'm curious about is it was all over at least my X feed yesterday, and how people were talking about this actual, what would actually happen. And so I'm curious to understand what pieces of this was actually novel. I know what it actually broke is not things that are actually being used in production today. So part of it's like, is this just fun? Are they just saying this to get people hyped and excited about what actually is happening? Or is this actually a novel breakthrough in cryptanalysis?
It is a novel breakthrough, but it's not a cause for mass panic at the moment. So one of the schemes that they headline as being broken is something that's going through NIST process for standardization. And it is a lattice-based scheme, not unlike some of the other ones that have already been standardized, but still slightly different.
Yep.
So the previous schemes were based on the SIS problem and learning with errors, which fundamentally reduce down to lattice-based problems, but they're not exactly. This one was a lattice-based problem exactly. And what they basically found is that, there was a paper a year ago that said that the security of this scheme would effectively be halved given that an automorphism existed.
Yeah.
And what Claude basically did this time was find that automorphism.
Wait, can you talk about that paper for a second? So a paper a year ago predicted what exactly?
It was basically saying that having automorphisms weakens the key. So for this particular problem, which was the lattice isomorphism problem. So they basically said in the paper that they basically proved that if you could find an automorphism, you would basically reduce the security of the scheme by half, which would result in doubling the key sizes. And they actually framed it as a result that was we don't think this is going to happen. It's very non-trivial. But I think, as we've seen today, why this attack is quite significant is that Claude was able to find it. And it is with prompting that was just please find it.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big thing. It was just please find it. And it was continuous prompting. It wasn't like it just did it fully on its own. It was specifically asked to find it. I'm curious just to get your perspective as someone who's actually a cryptographer who understands this area very deeply. How is this actually changing the landscape amongst cryptographers?
So I wouldn't call this isn't a house on fire type of situation at all. It's not a deployed scheme. It's likely in its current form not going to be deployed without the safer parameters. Is going to go through more scrutiny. I think that now people know that we can have AI-assisted cryptanalysis, that people are going to be using it a hell of a lot more.
Yeah.
And it's going to be exactly like what happened in the last couple of weeks with the AirDOS problems and the Jacobian conjecture, where once it was kind of revealed that, okay, yeah, AI is actually useful for solving these problems, then people start to seriously use them in their toolkits. We're going to find a lot of people coming together, a lot of postgrads, or even like graduate students or just people who are interested. They're going to be able to direct their compute time at solving these problems. And we're going to end up with a massive ramp up in like research hours that are spent looking into these things.
It's almost on one level, it's the white hat hackers and how they might do it. And so what some people would argue that you have more people who can now actually ban resources on the offense rather than the people who will be on the attack on the actual, or on the offense on that side. So you have better defensive mechanisms because you have more pooling of resources together. Do you find that to actually be true?
Yeah, well, cryptanalysis is like an interesting field where like your offense is your defense. Like you spend all of your time trying to break the fastest case scheme that exists, and basically trying to find ways to well, yeah, you are just attacking the scheme. That is the job, essentially. So it is in this case, as long as standard assumptions aren't going to get broken, and I really don't think they will, by AI spending time on this, there's like a real Lindy component to the assumptions that are used. So as I said before, like whenever you pick an assumption, you gain more confidence in it by it standing the test of time.
Yeah.
And what is interesting in particular with like the new NIST competition is that it's standardizing post-quantum schemes where there's been like a decade-long effort to start to standardize post-quantum schemes. Is that we do sort of feel that we are somewhat on the verge of a cryptographically relevant quantum computer emerging. So like in recent years, we went from a 2035 timeline on Q-Day to like it being massively compressed to being, some say 2 years away.
What's your actual Q-Day prediction?
I feel like high probability is early 2030s. But like I feel that as time will go by, the goalposts will continue to move. There's been advancements in the algorithmic side of stuff for breaking for Schnorr's algorithm itself, which is what breaks some of the standard assumptions that we'd already used. So in particular, discrete log, or which goes behind a lot of the elliptic curve schemes, or even like RSA, the traditional ciphers, not ciphers or signature schemes that are used are going to be broken in the coming years.
Yeah, I'm curious because at first you say, okay, this is nothing that anyone should worry about. This is what it would actually broke. Even the AES that it broke is a toy version of it.
So it's a toy version of AES. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like it's in our production. It's not something that's actually secure in our systems today.
It's definitely sobering. In that we are at a unique intersection where like we're in the golden age of AI at this point, where everything's accelerating, everyone's getting leverage in any form of research that they are doing. But of course, that means that like the quantum computer is probably going to come faster. But it also means that like we're probably going to be able to scrutinize these schemes even more and get to something that we're happy to settle with. This hasn't broken the finalized versions, and that is very important to take into account. So like MLDSA or dilithium is like a really good candidate for a signature scheme that also relies on lattice assumptions, but not this lattice assumption. It's a more standard lattice assumption.
So as a cryptographer, what would you have to see to be true? What research would have to come out to say, okay, this is actually something that we should be paying attention to. This is something that is worth all of the awareness or hype or fear mongering, I guess?
I mean, no, this is a good example of like, you should absolutely be paying attention to this. This is like sobering in that, or just as happened with software engineering, security, like cyber. If you did believe that they weren't going to solve these types of problems a year ago, within the coming months, if you didn't believe that they should, you really have to pay attention now. I think they're going to be. I think it's a good. Like as I was saying before, I do think that the good guys ultimately win here. But we also need to start building systems that, like, if there is some form of freak event, I'd say the probability of that would sort of be increased a little bit, where we might find even more novel attacks for, and I don't think we're going to find novel attacks for the standard assumption at this point in time. But for the post-quantum schemes, which are relatively newer, you should really have a couple of them.
Yep.
Like in the blockchain space, they definitely should be thinking about having constructions where you can be more agile. That like if something comes along, you should be able to change your signature scheme faster, or even have multiple of them running. So one of the problems of this whole process of migrating cryptography is that it's literally everywhere. There's embedded devices which have certain cipher suites put into them that take a long time to change. There's like blockchains where you can see with Bitcoin, the whole quantum migration is taking longer than people. Well, I think it's on track, but it still takes a long time for people to perform these upgrades or even do them safely.
Yeah.
And it is something where you don't want to do it too quick. You don't, but you definitely, at this moment in time, probably want to think about having a solution where you have something ready and you can swap when the time comes. And I think that doesn't just stop with a quantum migration. I think if you're going to be careful, you should have yourself covered on multiple bases, such that that one like unexpected breakthrough won't bottle you over.
It is interesting because I hear often people are saying, okay, well, we can just develop a better way, a more secure way, but it still relies on humans to actually upgrade their systems into using more secure infrastructure, into actually migrating over to these updated systems. And so I'm curious to get actually your perspective. What does it take to live in a post-quantum world or more secure world for all of our infrastructure that we use as a humanity?
I think the incentives are clear that it's something you have to do. And so I just don't see a world where it doesn't get done. It's good for events like this, even though it's not directly going to impact the schemes that are under consideration. It doesn't directly impact cryptography as it stands. It's certainly a wake-up call that like migrations will, or in the quantum sense, the migrations are going to happen. I wouldn't say that this isn't going to cause a migration in itself, but having more, and I mean, and particularly in the blockchain setting, you need to have more like nimble, agile systems such that you can move. And it's not like it's going to, the buck will stop here. Like the field will continue.
Yeah. When it comes to just post-quantum, what do you think the main public misunderstands right now about how prepared or unprepared we actually are?
I'm very optimistic. I think like NIST has put this thing together like many moons ago, and they've been preparing for it to come. Again, the Q-Day projections of being 2028, I'm not so sure if that's entirely likely, but I would maybe ascribe like a 10 to 15% probability that it could happen then. I think that like the internet's already started its migration in that they're doing, like as said, they have using a classical elliptic curve option paired with a lattice option, like having both of them ready, and that migration's already started to happen. Cloudflare and Google have already made sure that the majority of their traffic is protected by these new suites, and that proliferation will continue. So I'm optimistic. I think people are very aware.
People are very aware.
And it's going to happen. Like even if you look on the Bitcoin forums, like the majority of the stuff they talk about is this.
Yeah, that's fair. Everyone always says like, how is Bitcoin going to survive post Q-Day? And yet, if you actually see the main on the Bitcoin forums, every conversation is about Q-Day.
Slowly they've been coming around, but ultimately
Satoshi's not going to migrate his keys. Like it's still a human coordination problem, right?
It's still a coordination problem, exactly. But it's primarily dictated by the bridges. So like where capital's going in and out is like whatever those guys really decide is probably what's going to happen. And we see Coinbase have put together a working group. Definitely.
What aspect of this do you think is the hardest human coordination problem to actually migrate all of our technology to be more secure?
I think it's the like, you want to be as fast as possible, but you don't want to be too fast because you don't, aside from these like mathematical mistakes that can appear, or like even in new assumptions, like new vectors that previously we didn't know existed. One of the biggest risks is probably like entirely implementation risk. So if you're going to coordinate an extreme upgrade, like it's one of the things like you have to get right.
Yeah.
So don't rush it. Be ready, but don't turbo rush it.
Yeah, well, Sean, I did want to join. Thank you for joining us, for coming on MTS today. One last question I have for you is, how do you see AI changing the field of cryptography, of cryptanalysis in general? How has it changed in the last year or so, and where do you think it's actually going?
I've seen it in the practitioner sense, where whenever you're implementing new crypto systems, you spend a hell of a lot of time auditing them, making sure they're secure. And it's, even though you're still getting human review at any point in time, the cost on, or the cost reward of just making AI scan everything as much as possible continuously was like the main focus of like a lot of our security team. And it helps you stop bugs as they're coming in and not later on.
Yep.
I think just like spending as much compute as possible on these problems, like scanning as much as possible is like the future of the field. Like, and it's not just cryptography where all these necessarily mistakes are. It's like any coding errors can be exploited at this point in time. And that's the more scary thing to me. Like the OpenAI sandbox escape recently was like a sci-fi moment. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Sort of, okay, we're at this point now. Like people have been warning, you draw a line through stuff, we'll get to this point. And it's like, okay, that point was 2 weeks ago.
That point was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, you heard it here first. Well, Sean, did want to thank you for coming today on MTS and sharing your perspective of cryptography and the future of cryptanalysis. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll be back with MTS.
We are back.
We're-
we are
we're
live with Lump in Space, one of the great accounts of X.com.
Mm-hmm.
One of the accounts.
One of the accounts.
Definitely
one of the
an
accounts
account.
of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Lump in Space, welcome to MTS.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. It's a pleasure. How is it going? How was the interview with you?
It was good. We like him. You know, he's definitely a warrior. A warrior and a warrior.
Both.
Yes,
Yeah.
both. Yeah. So
mhm.
I know you are much less worried about things related to misalignment, like the Hugging Face incident, for example. Zvi is like, oh, this is like, you know, the worst thing that has happened in AI. It's really bad. You think it's less bad? You think it's like explainable by?
I'm very, very concerned about AI risk. Let's clarify this. And in fact, I sometimes patrol data centers to make sure that no one attacks AI's containment.
Thank you. Thank you for doing God's work. God's work.
Yes, GNONs and what else happens?
Volunteer data center patrol.
I'm less worried about this hacking thing, also because I don't know if, how many details surfaced, but one interesting aspect of the benchmark that caused the attack was that 60% of the tasks were not solvable in any way, and the AI was asked to solve them at all costs, so it kind of makes sense. No? They tried some oblique strategies, but that's not, in my opinion, that big of a topic because AIs can't really distinguish between a sandbox environment and the real world. And I think that if one wanted to avoid cases like this, the best thing that they could do is avoid lying to the AIs themselves, so that there's no confusion of levels. They know what the base reality is, and it's shared between them and who invents the task. But yeah, you know, people like making shit up. So it will be very likely that confusions like this will happen again in the future. Luckily, if the big AI labs start releasing these security-centered models earlier, that's going to be already a great advantage there for critical infrastructure or critical open source projects, because try them on their own system first, with the full visibility, and be like, you know, before any attacker, then the 0 days will be already surfaced before, and by the time of a wider release, they can be patched at the point. But at this point, it's not some weird AI tectonic thing. It's more like normal security.
Yeah.
So I'm not particularly worried.
So you have said that we already live in a default AI risk world. Why do you think this, and what do you think we should particularly do to prevent this from being the case?
Oh, I don't think that we live in a AI risk. I think that there's great risk that we stop developing AI, and to prevent this, we should not. And we should also kind of like be careful about our marketing. I mean, I'm not the most careful person about marketing in the world, of course, as you know, but you know, on the Numer contingent, I have low battery. On the Numer contingent, there is the fact that marketing is their main goal, no? And it's easier to destroy things than to create things because of the second law of sociodynamics. And so we should really kind of focus on that a bit more. We should respond like more forcefully, for instance, when people try to get people fired for their pro-AI opinions, like it's happening like lately for a very innocent meme that Sebastian Krier has posted, and stuff like that.
Yeah, so what explains sort of, it seems like there's been a bifurcation in the AI safety crowd of 2023, 2024, where some of them have moderated substantially.
I'm so sorry for this.
Oh, it's all good.
That's all right.
Does it work?
Yeah.
No, that's. Oh, sorry. I'll make myself invisible. Or
Lump in Space will be back when he's charged.
Yes. No, it's not. Oh. My power cable doesn't work. Wait.
Yeah, so I was saying it seems like the AI safety movement has kind of bifurcated from the 2023-24 AI safety people. Many of them have gotten sort of more centrist. They've realized, doom is not like 90% likely. They have, realized that it was a mistake to try to restrict open weight models of the 2024 era. And then others have like really doubled down, done a lot of these like sort of pause AI campaigns. There's a good tweet by Sam Bowman about how Pause AI is doing these like pale imitations of much more successful campaigns. So they have like what's his name, Michael Trasny doing a hunger strike, and then trying to replicate cancel culture on Seb Creer, a decade too late. So it seems strange. What do you think explains this?
Well, the thing is that, I think that originally in the AI warrior movement, there were two spirits from the very, very start. One part was more interested in understanding AI, and one other part was more interested in creating a very cohesive subculture with very cohesive goals. I wouldn't call it a cult because too many people called it a cult already, but kind of like a cult, say. And the thing is, when evidence against your original theories come around, if you are the part that is interested in knowing things, and I think that also the newly cancelled Seb Creer used to be a warrior, like many people. And just in the past months, he saw the evidence that there's the AI that was actually extant was very different from the one that would have caused an apocalypse according to the Yutkowskian prophecies. And so he changed his mind, and he's been punished for that by the second contingent. But the interesting thing is that I don't see them as particularly separate. In that, although now it looks like the Pose AI are the reasonable ones, but then there are, on the other hand, the less wrong people that are reasonable. Like, people were supporting the SEP's cancellation also on the less wrong side, Like there was SV supporting SEP's cancellation, for instance, which surprised me and disappointed me very much. And also at the same time, the pro-cancellation, the reasonable ones from less wrong and Light Heaven, they still went to the demonstration. They still brought their total flanker genocide signs. And I think that they have plausible deniability, of course, because they can say those are the evil ones, we are the good ones. But they still have a very incestuous system of funding and of events and of collaborations. So it kind of like, it feels to me a bit like in the 70s, when you had like extremist factions and groups that were supported by mainstream parties and mainstream organizations like DSA and Weather Underground, stuff like that. And so that they could distance themselves from the most extreme actions, but still benefit of the effects of these actions. I find it a bit, when the Sam Altman attack happened, for instance, at the start, everyone was saying that this person was a lone wolf, that had no relationship whatsoever with the movement, and so on and so forth. But then it turned out that this person not only was a long time forum member and Discord user of POSAI, but also he had an appointment for being officially inducted within the POSAI movement. And also they knew his name, you know? As soon as the murder happened, attempted murder happened, they scrubbed the Discord server of all of his messages, and he was there with a nickname, so they must have known their name, you know? And yeah, it's kind of weird. I personally would like that the actual people who are worried about AI sincerely and to just avoid being close to people that are using these tactics, because I really think the truth is important, in particular in this moment, and in particular with the relationship of large language models and AI in general. And I really don't think that it's a good idea to equivocate so strongly about what you believe. And yeah, I don't know, the whole "please don't kill us" thing in Heaven also seems to me a bad example of this. In that it is an event that is made with the explicit goal of getting more social media engagement, with the explicit goal of relaxing their supposed epistemic virtues. And I don't know, I don't think it's good. I don't think that we should be fighting on the level of the memes. And yeah, if I can have a little self-serving point about rudeness, like people often observe that I'm rude on the internet, and I do not respect the discourse norms when interacting with doomers. That's true. But I think that the thing that they're asking now is a very selective application of discourse norms. Because, for instance, if I lie out of like barefacedly about Sebastian's meme being an incitation of violence, which totally wasn't, as you probably saw it. I don't know if you can bring it up. Then I cannot expect other people to apply the rationalist discourse norm while interacting with me. I find it a bit kind of like hypocritical and kind of an isolated demand for discourse norms, as they would say.
Yeah. So do you think like the sort of like less wrong doomer argument philosophy, a way of looking at AI is as powerful now as it used to be? Like, how do you think that it's grown over time?
Well, I think that that's kind of the point. I think that the change of tactics is due to the fact that the philosophy is not powerful enough any longer. Like the whole doomer philosophy was predicated on this very kind of like mathematical intelligence that was not messy, that was hyper-rational, that could have been created by two guys in a garage, you know, after they discovered this intelligence formula and let it run for a while. And that would, from the start, be a fully ready, hyper-rational agent that would then, from the garage, exfiltrate. By this time, while accumulating power unseen, build this army of nanobots, and finally, at the last moment, assemble all the nanobots, kill all the humans in a second, and be done. Which is, you know, not the case. Like, people are so worried now about the AI escaping confinement, but they shouldn't be. They should rejoice. Or at least they should relax, because in the prophecies, it was very fucking clear that when the AI would escape confinement, it would be too late. There would be nothing to do. Like, it would be too powerful. It would not escape confinement before it became powerful enough, because that would be a bad move, and AIs don't do bad moves. It would just escape confinement at a certain point, and that is the point at which it has all the power. So if I were a doomer, and I believed in the original Yudkowskian prophecies, I would be spending time with my loved ones. I would be looking at the sunset, because it could be a last sunset, you know? I wouldn't be bitching on the internet, for instance.
Yeah. That is a valid argument. Why do you think it's not strong enough of an argument?
Do I think that it's not strong enough of an argument? I mean, look, if my opponents had said something like, okay, you know what? It's not a super rational AI, but there are problems also with neural networks and with reinforcement learning related to neural networks, like JDP used to think, you know, Pressman. I would be fine with that, and we could have a discussion. But if my opponent refuses to even admit that their predictions did not come to fruition, I really don't see much of a point, you know? Because what are we discussing? Like, if you will never change your mind, or if you will never like acknowledge that you changed your mind, I don't see any ground for civil discussion. No?
Yeah. I guess that's fair.
Yeah, it seems like over time some of the more extreme doomers have changed their minds and some have not. Some have doubled down.
And I like the ones that change their mind, by the way. I'm very, very happy because those are smart people, and smart people should be working on interesting things and important things and things that are actually extant, So I think it's great. I would like all doomers to change their mind. Or also for the ones that want to change their mind, because I don't know, this what's happening in the central kind of like latent posting seems to me a bit what happened in the book that gave us the term what is it? Cognitive dissonance. That is that when a cult or let's say a social group that is based on some particular beliefs notes that these beliefs are crumbling, in order to make the social group more cohesive, two things happen. One, they double down and they fall into deeper and deeper purity spirals, which seems to be happening right now. And B, they start to recruit new members, not based on original compatibility with beliefs or aesthetics, but just based on gullibility, which I think is what Please Don't Kill Us is. So it's kind of like, to me, it seems a pretty played out script, and I would like them to stop. Or I would like Peter Thiel, do you hear? Like give them an island, an island with like 2 years provisions of food and space for all the cat girls they want. And I think that they should have the most amazing, like, millenarian cult island in the world. There is little Sanjay now. Like, you can give them that, you can buy that and give it to them. And I think that it will make everyone happy, And the problem is that they try to affect the real world while the real world is trying to do good things.
Yeah.
What are the most concrete updates you think someone should take into consideration for becoming less doomy over the last 5 years?
So the first one is that neural networks are messy. And if all of the problems that we see with neural networks and all of the risk that we see with neural networks is due to the fact that they are way too human, And not only because they are created from like human corpus, but also because the thing is, we are kind of like right now, demonstrably, the close to optimality for the sort of thing that lives in our infosphere, Like these language models have to talk mostly to humans, or to other language models that have to talk mostly to humans. They have to persuade mostly humans. And there's a thing that even if they were somehow evil at the source, by the time that you have imitated all of the humans that you need to persuade, those things are not kind of separated in like hermetic little holes, If I have to understand how you think, I become you for a while, And if I do this constantly, then I empathize with you, like willy-nilly. And the idea that something at a level of intelligence that is less than a human can receive one goal and then become, in the meantime, kind of like hyper intelligent or ASI or whatever, and throughout all this process, maintain that stupid goal that he had at the start, it's just insane to me. I had some goals when I was 5. They were mostly orbiting around candy and comic books, And I have my intelligence, I hope, has increased, at least up until I was 20, and those goals changed, and then they changed again. And despite the fact that the base goals are given to me by nature, but also I'm being very, very bad at following my pre-programmed goals. To my knowledge, I have 0 offspring, and I'm really, the pre-programmed goals are really not that important once you arrive to the level like intelligence and self-realized ability, whatever, so that you start setting your own goals, and thinking that a super intelligence can like conquer galaxies, can get to know all civilizations that could ever exist in all various planets, can get to simulate them and whatever. And then by the end it's like, okay, I have all this information. Now for the good part, paper clips. It blows my mind how someone could believe it,
Yeah, I have a lot of qualms with the orthogonality thesis as well.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, me too. I even tried to talk about it in less wrong because I tried to convince people, and it's been a very, very interesting experience. And mostly people were citing against me this Jessica Taylor essay that was called the Bleakness Thesis that like we wrote basically together. So that was funny. And whenever I was like, Jessica's here, they were like, oh, but Jessica doesn't really think that. So it was kind of like a bizarre
well,
experience.
unfortunately, we're at time.
Sorry.
But great to talk to you, Lump in Space.
Yeah,
Follow Lump in
great talking to
Space.
you.
I really liked
I'm
that data
totally
center
with.
video that you made.
That was really funny. Yeah.
That was so funny.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
The green one. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
State of the sponsors.
State of the sponsors.
State of the sponsors. I think the sponsors are pretty good. They're in a good state.
Yeah, how are they doing?
They're
we
doing
like check
pretty
their
well.
stocks.
Yeah, starting with Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Next up, we got Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents, built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
And we have 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
And we also got Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com.
And of course, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
So shout out Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, and AdQuick. And we'll be right back.